Well, good morning, councillors. Good morning, members in the gallery, and good morning to members of the community viewing on live stream. And please forgive us if the reception is a little bit muffled, but we're all talking through masks, and hopefully the conversation isn't too distorted. I'd like to take this opportunity, as we always do, to respectfully acknowledge the Darumbal people, the traditional custodians of the land on which we meet, and pay respects to their elders, past, present, and emerging, and pay respects to all Indigenous cultures within Livingstone. Councillor, this morning we have Pastor Rob Stanley from the Keppel Anglican Church to deliver our prayer. It's always a pleasure to have Rob with us, and we appreciate him taking the time to be here. So thank you, Rob. The floor is yours. You can come over here, mate, just by all means.
Thank you, Mayor. Let's pray. Heavenly Father, we thank you for the wonderful blessing it is to live in this wonderful place, the Shire of Livingstone. And Lord, we thank you for the beauty of this place and for its people. Father, we do give you thanks for these things. And this morning, as the leaders of this Shire gather, we pray that you would help them to be able to think outside themselves for the greater good of the people of this Shire, for the benefit of the people who live here. And Lord, that they would also seek the good of the widow, the orphan, and the poor. Lord, we pray that you would be here in this meeting today. And we ask this in Jesus' name. Amen. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rob. Have a great day.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, would this be an appropriate time just to acknowledge that the Reverend Philip Ward of the Anglican Church is actually finishing his guardianship of our community this week after some 20-odd years service, and will be moving off into retirement. So,
thank you, Councillor Hutton. And yes, Reverend Ward has been a stalwart of our community and played a very, very significant role in bringing Christianity to our community. So, Rob, would you mind passing on our well wishes? I think there's a function for Phil later this week, as I understand. On Sunday, that's right. So, councillors, just to remind you about that one. And thank you, Councillor Hutton, for reminding us here. Thank you, Rob.
Thank you, Councillor. That's a great honour.
Okay, councillors, we have a full attendance acknowledging that Councillor Watson is on approved leave of absence, which basically covers item 3 as well. Item 4, confirmation of minutes of the previous meeting from the 18th of January 2022. If there are no changes, councillors, can I get a mover and a seconder, please? Mover, Councillor Mather, thank you. Seconder, Councillor Eastwood. Thank you, Councillor Eastwood. All in favour, councillors? Carried unanimously. Thank you very much.
Can I raise a matter from the minutes, Mr. Mayor, please?
Councillor Mather.
Just an observation. 12.1 from the minutes. There were questions on notice that were answered, but for the public's benefit, there was no indication as to what those questions were. So in the past, going back, we used to actually include the questions and the answers in the minutes so that when people are going through, they can actually see what's been happening, rather than just the answers.
Good point, Councillor.
Yeah.
Thank you, and we'll leave that with the CEO to address.
Thank you.
We'll get that attended to, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much.
Just for completeness, that's all.
Yep, thanks, Councillor Mather. Declarations of interest in matters on the agenda. As you would be aware, councillors, I've declared my interest to the CEO in matters 11.1, 11.2 and 11.3, so I'll be vacating the room for those. I believe for 11.1 and 11.2, Councillor Bello will be chairing, and then for 11.3, given the matter refers to Councillor Bello, you'll have to elect a chair to conduct proceedings. Public forums and deputations, none today.
Mr. Mayor, you've declared a conflict of interest for later in the meeting, and I wish to also declare a conflict which will be part of this agenda as well.
For which item, Councillor?
The first item, Mr. Mayor.
11.1?
Yep.
Mm-hmm. You don't really need to declare a...
Mr. Mayor, I probably could, in the cases of items 11.1, 11.2 and 11.3, by virtue of policy that governs the treatment of those things, that it is a given that the subject councillor has a conflict of interest, and that's spelt out in the passage of the report. There's no harm in each declaring, but at the time in the minutes we'll note that each has a conflict, is permitted by policy to remain in the room to answer any questions in relation to that matter. Our suggestion then is that the subject councillor absents themselves during debate and vote.
Through the chair, just to clarify, Mr. CEO, during debate, we need to leave the room during the debate and the vote. Is that correct?
Mr. Mayor, it's not explicit. As is our typical practice, we have a period of asking questions. We then finish that and move into formal debate, which culminates in the vote. Our suggestion is good practice would be at the end of that question period. It's certainly intended that the subject councillor is not present during the vote.
Of course.
It's not explicit about the debate period. We're just suggesting that that's probably the best practice.
So, as I read in the actual report through the chair, that we were to be able to stay during the debate, but we must leave for the vote.
If councillors are happy with that, as I say, it's not explicit.
Thank you. I declare also a conflict for 11.2. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Friend.
I think also, Mr. Chair, it's probably important that, certainly in declaring my conflict, that it clarifies what the conflict is. I guess ultimately for the public's benefit, so they know what the conflict is. My understanding is that's a requirement, probably through you to the CEO. If there needs to be some clarification of what the conflict actually is.
The minutes will certainly record that the conflict relates to being the subject councillor of the report.
Yep.
But certainly, if the councillor at the time wishes to make that verbal declaration, there's no harm in doing so.
Through the chair, thank you. On our councillor complaints investigation policy, statutory policy, under 5.2.A, with the heading Natural Justice, it states the person being investigated has a chance to have his or her say before adverse formal findings are made. And before any adverse action is taken, it's a fair hearing. However, we completely understand that today is just in relation purely to decide whether these matters are sent to early resolution or to investigation. We understand that. However, I'm just wishing to back up Deputy Mayor Bello in the 5.2.A, and we have a chance to have our say so that people understand what's happening.
Well, Councillor Friend, I think the discussion to this point's been fairly clear. I mean, you did say yourself that ultimately this is about whether this goes to early resolution or not. And I think that clause you read out probably pertains to when the matter is actually, if the matter is going to be dealt with by council. At this stage, all you will be doing in this particular meeting is determining whether it's going to early resolution or if it's going to be dealt with by council. So if you as a group decide to take it to council for consideration, that's the time I would suggest that you have the opportunity to speak to it, speak to the conflict.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, moving on to 7.1, councillors, if there's no other discussion around the earlier points. Business arising or outstanding from previous meetings, Mr. CEO.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I'll ask Michael and Brett to join me as we have done traditionally for this passage. The business outstanding list comprises 31 items at the moment. There was a request at the last meeting for an audit of outstanding matters. That process is ongoing, but I believe there has been at least one inclusion as a result of that audit. But we will work our way through as has been our practice.
Brett, do you want to sort your microphone out? Okay.
Thanks, councillors. Item 1, which is the former Catholic Church building in Marlborough, that is currently out for tender. That is available on our website. It is also going to be available as of today on realestate.com.au, so that process has commenced. The trustee lease, item 2, with the Yeppoon Inlet Association at this stage.
Just a question, sorry, Brett. The church one, that's the church one, just a question on that one. It says be no later than Friday the 11th, which is this coming Friday. You say it's on realestate.com, and where else?
As of today, it will be on realestate.com, councillor. It's also on LinkedIn, Facebook and council's website.
Council's website, okay, thank you.
And now that my computer is caught up, thanks. The Yeppoon Inlet Association, councillors, that particular matter is waiting for the survey plan to be done. No further action can be taken at this juncture until that has been completed.
Just a question through you, Mr Mayor. Who's doing the survey plan, Brett? Because this is taking forever.
That's the state government, councillor, and they weren't expecting to have it completed until March.
Okay, so they've given us a time frame that...
That's what they've given us at this
okay,
juncture.
We'll go with that then. Yeah, thank you. It's just that there's been no meetings and there's been no feedback and there's been just nothing.
I think, councillor, that's because of the last feedback or the last meeting, it was identified they needed to do the survey work. Yes. And so they're waiting for that to be done until, because there's no point having further discussions.
No, that's fair enough. Thanks.
Through the chair, item 3, management of traffic issues at Bangalee. So a report will be tabled at today's meeting to further discuss the terms of reference.
Councillors, the tenancy for the ground level of the hub has now been executed and has been lodged with the Titles Office for registration, so work on the ground floor should now commence for fitting out for that particular tenant. So this matter can now be removed from the agenda.
In relation to item 5, Mr Mayor, the meeting procedures policy will be brought back to council next month to square away the suggestion for inclusion of provisions around the prayer.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Item 6, which is the local law review. It's anticipated that that draft will be the briefing session in April. The solicitors sent through a series of outstanding questions, or questions outstanding, the other day, which officers are working through, and I think that was also shared with you, Councillor.
Yes, it was. Thank you, Brett.
Response to the notice of motion around tree protection and replanting. So as part of that response, the biodiversity strategy will be presented to Council on the 15th of March for adoption. So that's one of the key documents Council is currently working on towards that preservation protection. The dealings with the department over lots 443, 444 and 445 at Yamba. There is a report coming to the March briefing session now that officers have collated the information necessary to come back to council around the overnight staying and the amenities, etc.
Item 9, recycled water, Emu Park Golf Club. So officers have been reviewing the previous agreements and infrastructure delivery over the past few years, and a further meeting with some councillors, officers and the club just to finalise any issues before we present this back to council. It's likely to be in March. Item 10, Adelaide Street parking and traffic issues. The third item on this resolution is to do with hang gliding activities and risks and liabilities. So we've approached our insurer for an assessment of the risks and we'll be reporting back to council once that's in hand. Mr Executive Director, just a couple of questions on that if I can. When was LGM contacted? Was that recently or is it some time ago?
I think I can answer that, Mr Mayor. It's only been recently. So the the focus on the resolution has been about the engineering component of things. It, of course, is secondary that those engineering changes may affect the suitability of that venue as a launch pad for that group. The questions in relation to the council's risks and liabilities, we understand that that group is regulated by the Civil Aviation Safety Authority, so they have to have CASA approval for their own activities, and that's where their own insurances are activated. Because it is regulated separately, it is a limited risk to the council, but obviously the physical changes that we make to the site might affect the groups launching from that area, but that will be based on an assessment by their insurer.
Okay, thank you.
Item 11, councillors. The officers met with Councillor Bello, Councillor Eastwood and representatives from the Cap Coast Outriggers. They identified 3 potential properties or locations. Further work is now progressing on those 3 sites. Yeah, so that's, I think one in particular is quite positive, so we'll see where that takes us. Item 12, exploration of beach permits. That is coming to the briefing session in March, councillors. Now we've got the information back from other councils across Queensland.
Item 13 is concluded with the participation of councillors on the Great Keppel Island Master Plan Project Reference Group, which has effectively concluded its work.
Item 14, regarding the consideration of signage in place of tree removal. There was a report presented to the briefing session in February. Officers have a body of work to do as a result of that discussion, which will then come back to council for further consideration.
Item 15, Strategic Road Network Planning Report. So, as it shows in the commentary there, report was to be tabled at today's council meeting, but further work has been required. We'll bring that report back to the March meeting.
Item 16, which is the sale of Lot 10 in the Gateway. Settlement for that was due to occur on the 8th of February. A request to that to be extended to the 22nd of February was agreed to by council, so it's expected that hopefully in a week's time that will be off our books. Item 17, which is the BMX club. Officers are endeavouring to schedule a meeting with the club so that we can sit down and go through the ins and outs of what the lease would require and what would be expected of them. So they're just waiting on the club to be able to come back with some dates.
Item 18, it's a request to the Department of Transport regarding the Yeppoon Road upgrade. No response was received from the department and a subsequent letter has been issued. Mr Mayor, I don't know if you'd like to add anything to that for the council?
No, I have no further update for the council. I received no word back from the Department of Transport and Main Roads.
Just a question, Mr Mayor, to the Director. You said we followed up, Michael. What have we followed up and when?
No, I followed up with a second letter to the Minister, Councillor Mather.
Yeah.
We sent that letter to the Minister late last year, I think it was, and we haven't heard anything. So I sent another letter requesting whether a meeting was going to be convened with the Minister and the staff on the 7th of February, and we still haven't heard anything back yet.
So so do we remind them? I mean, I know there's a lot going on. Everybody's been on holidays. Do we remind them that we're still waiting? This is an urgent.
That's exactly what I did on the 7th of February, Councillor.
7th of February.
February, yeah.
February, okay. That was only last week. Yes, okay. Thanks, Mr Mayor. Mr Mayor, just as a matter of interest, I did put a notice of motion in for this meeting, which was a couple of days late, and it was rejected because it was late. But I considered it, as you did, urgent matter. So I guess we'll just leave it in the hands of TMR now to come back to us. But I'd like to think that we could drive these things as far as and as hard as we have to get their response, because this is a safety issue, and that's why I put the notice in, albeit being late. Thank you.
Indeed, Councillor.
Thank you. Through the Chair, Mr Mayor, on that particular topic that Councillor Mather has raised and was allowed to continue with, in accordance with section 2.9.2 of Council Meeting Procedures Policy, requested by a councillor to place an item on the agenda The Chief Executive Officer, in preparing the agenda for a council meeting, must include notices of motion requested in writing by a councillor that is received by the Chief Executive Officer 7 business days before the meeting at which the proposal is to be made. So I'm just saying that that is correct. Unfortunately, that Councillor Mather's notice of motion wasn't accepted because of this particular policy.
I have no further comment on that, Councillor Friend, so we'll move on.
Item 19, which is Yeppoon Resource Recovery Centre capital cost increase. A report is, or discussion is around this issue is in the Infrastructure Capital Works update report at today's meeting.
Item 20, Stage 2 of the Capricorn Coast Homemaker Centre. Those plans are currently with the consultant who will be lodging the application on behalf of Council. It's expected that that application will be lodged in the next week or two. Future stages of the Gateway, that is currently out for tender for 4 lots. That tender closes this Friday, the 18th of February.
Item 22, Mount Charlton Reservoir, request for additional funds. Similarly, there's some commentary in the Capital Works update report for today's meeting around the funding of this project.
Item 23, which is the Livingstone Community Plan Implementation of Strategies. There is a briefing scheduled for later this month for the political chairs and the officer co-chairs, just to run through what it's expected that we will be doing and how we will be doing it, so that we can then proceed to having the initial meetings with those task forces. Item 24, which is regarding the creating of the food bank at the community centre. That has been included in the budget for this year, and work on that is progressing.
Item 25, potable water to St Christopher's Chapel. A project has been created and is being considered as part of the 22-23 budget deliberations. That will be presented along with the other projects in first week of March for council consideration in next year's budget.
Question, Mr Mayor, to the Director. Have we made any approaches to the RSLs in relation to their possible contribution to this project?
My understanding is that the cost of the cost for the water connection is around $13,000 or $15,000. We have been trying to talk to different parties in the community to see if they would consider maintenance of the facility overall. That's still ongoing. At this stage, we haven't been successful in partnering with anybody, but we'll continue to do that. We haven't directly asked for contributions to the water upgrade. We're looking more holistically at how we can partner with someone to help with the ongoing maintenance and operation of the facility.
Through the chair to the Director, would you just remind me how much water would be used if it costs $15,000 to install the infrastructure? What type of water usage are we looking at within that area, approximately?
Sorry, Councillor, I can't recall the exact figures from the report, other than to say that one of the issues will be that the line will need to be flushed for quite some time before we can guarantee chlorine residual in the line. So I can't recall how much water would be used. We can consider that as part of the budget deliberations again next month. The report was written by our manager of water and waste in January, I think it was. Yeah.
So you're saying that every time the tap is used at St Christopher's Chapel, the line has to be flushed quite dramatically before the water would be safe to be used. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, that's what we believe. Yeah.
Thank you.
Further question to the Director, Mr Mayor. My original question was, have we contacted the RSL, because one of the people leading the fray on this one has suggested that Rockhampton, Yeppoon, Emu Park, RSLs be involved in the costings to actually get the water installed. And once it's on, there will be people who can look after it. No doubt they'll come forward, but they can't come forward unless they know we're prepared to do it. But have we contacted or made any arrangements to meet with the RSL at this point in time? Because that was their question to me outside the supermarket. You must go to the RSL groups and get them involved. So I'm just wondering if we've done that.
I'll take that on notice,
Yeah.
Councillor.
Yeah,
I'll
that'd be good.
follow it up
I'll give you an
after the
address.
meeting. A name and number would be
Yeah,
fantastic.
yep, I can do that.
Follow that up for you.
I think I did that once before. But
Councillor, I can advise that probably about 5 years ago, 6 years ago, we had some discussions with the RSL and the NASHOs around the maintenance of that particular area. And at that juncture, they didn't have the capacity to be able to do it. So they had some sympathy towards what was wanting to be done,
yes,
but they certainly didn't have the ability at that juncture.
yes, yes. Well, 5 or 6 years ago, I guess some people have passed on since then, but there are people there who would like to see that happen. Whether it's physically, financially possible, I think we need to explore it. And the other question I had: did we ever find out what the current arrangement is with the meatworks?
We didn't explore it to the nth degree, but we do know that there is a temporary connection from the meatworks into the St Christopher's Chapel area. And our preference would be, if we do supply water, it's from our own meter.
Yes, I
I'll
understand.
leave it at that for now. It's currently existing, but it's not what we would like to see moving forward.
Yes, so that temporary supply that they're giving us at the moment, it obviously wouldn't have a meter on it, so we don't have that answer to your question about how much would they be using. Yeah. Okay, thanks, Mr. Mayor. Thanks, Michael.
Item 26, beach accesses. So officers have completed a review of all of the beach accesses, and a report will be tabled at the next council meeting.
Item 27, the proposed sale of council land, which is at Coconut Point Drive, Zilsey. That goes to auction later this month, councillors.
Item 28, notice of motion regarding Tarangan Bar Road. Officers will be providing a report to the next council meeting.
Item 29, which is the questions on notice. There's a report to today's council meeting regarding those questions. Item 30, which is the Botanic Trail, that is listed as an item for discussion with Councillor Hutton at our portfolio catch-up. Unfortunately, our last portfolio catch-up would have landed on Australia Day, in which case neither of us would have been available or were available, so we'll have that discussion in February. And the last item, which is electric vehicles, that was part of a discussion on a briefing session report on the 2nd of February, and there's now some work there for the planning section regarding planning scheme provisions as well. That's currently being investigated.
Thank you, officers. Thank you, Mr. CEO. Any further questions on the table, councillors? Councillor Hutton.
I do have a query, and it's probably more to the CEO and looking for the appropriate juncture to raise it. So at the last meeting of January for council, when we were discussing the tenders process as part of the monthly reporting, I did ask at that point in regards to some information around the Kui Bay pool management contract that had been awarded. That hasn't yet been forthcoming. I wonder, do I raise it as business outstanding from that, or should I have raised it as part of the minutes, which it's not really noted in the minutes and it's not noted in this, or should I wait till we talk to the budget report? Like, I'm just...
Sure. Mr. Mayor, if I recall, the CFO did make an offer to distribute that material to you. CFO's been off, had a medical procedure. Perhaps it was just an oversight on her part, but we'll certainly get that material to you as early as today.
Thank you.
Any other questions, councillors? All right, so we have a recommendation before us that the business outstanding table for the ordinary council meeting be received. Moved Councillor Mather, seconded, thank you. Councillor Eastwood. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. 7.2, we're looking at lifting a matter from the table, councillors. This is in relation to the Bangley Beach Access Reference Group, and they were presented at previous council meetings, and we wanted to check some of the minutes, as I recall, which, as I read through the report later on in the agenda, that's been done. So we're raising this from the table now. So the recommendation is, councillors, that the Bangley Beach Access Reference Group be lifted from the table. Moved Councillor Friend, seconded Councillor Eastwood. Thank you. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. Item 8, there are none of. Presentation of petitions. Item 9, which is the councillor or delegate reports. 9.1 is the Community Voice Panel for Water, Waste Management and the Environment. Councillor Friend, did you wish to speak to this report?
Certainly. Thank you, Mr Mayor, fellow councillors. We had such a dynamic meeting in December for our last Community Voice Panel. We had a presentation from Mr Getters from the northern area of the Shire in relation to giant rat's tail grass. And there were certainly a lot of suggestions back and forth, and it's just great to understand the impact this is having on our larger primary producers. So we also had a presentation from our Natural Resources Management, Lisa Childs, and we talked about key projects that council were undertaking, our Living Coast biodiversity strategy, waste strategy, low carbon, reef action and biosecurity strategy. So all these things are very positive because they have been developed within our tenure. So I'm very excited about that. We also had a panel member presentation. So every meeting, I asked one of the panel members to tell us a bit about themselves and their passions. And so we had that from a Mr. Nick Saunders. That was really exciting. And you just never know who a person is and what they've experienced in their life unless you sit down and listen to them. We had a presentation from, I may say, very happy to say, Livingstone's Australian of the Year, Mr. Malcolm Wells, and he was talking about Epicurious Gardens at South Bank, and what a great idea to have something like this here, except include bush tucker. We talked about our business arising from the previous meetings, the not-for-profit fees at the landfill fact sheet. We talked about waste management generally, and we discussed a request for a draft protection of significant vegetation to the local law. And they are fully aware, all of the members are fully aware that our local laws are currently under review. We were provided an update in relation to the Resource Recovery Centre at the landfill, and so we actually get a lot of great information at our Community Voice Panel, and our members are very, very excited to be a part of that and to also learn what Council is doing moving into the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Friend. Any questions of Councillor Friend?
Just one question, Mr. Mayor.
Your microphone's not on, Councillor.
Yes. The giant rat's tail grass. I'm just wondering where we go from here. Do we have any plan forward for Bill Geddes and the others in that far north?
Certainly. We had discussed at the panel that we also contact the member for Morani, Mr. Stephen Andrew, because he's also passionate about pest weeds as well, and to get the state on board, because it's not something council has the funds to actually help private graziers to remove, ridiculous amounts of rat's tail grass on a large property. So we've talked about that. There were workshops run by Fitzroy Basin Association and that was just before Christmas at the Caves, so I believe that was well attended. So more information will come through Fitzroy Basin Association in relation to that. Our pest management team and our natural resources resource management team are also looking into following up.
Mm-hmm.
So, but nothing has come back as a conclusive as yet.
It's not going to, Mr. Mayor. This is an issue that's very, very widespread, and we are losing our land if we don't get government on board to help us, not only with funding to spray, but also with practices to be able to wash down vehicles and not move them from place to place and spread it. Because cattle do, kangaroos do, and the fencing is probably one of the key resolutions that need to take place. That in itself is a big ticket item to make sure that people keep their cattle on their property and keep them off the roadsides. It's not an easy fix, but thank you for taking it on board, because it'll go a long way. The Geddes family has probably spent their whole life spraying in their area to keep their property clean.
Thank you, Councillor Mather.
It's a big one.
9.2 is the Economic Development, Regional Advocacy and Intergovernmental Relations Community Voice Panel. I beg your pardon, sorry, you've got to receive this one, I beg your pardon, thank you. Yeah, I've got you down as moving, Councillor Friend, already. Seconded, please, Councillor Eastwood, thank you.
You're on the roll there, Pat.
All in favour? Carried unanimously, thank you. 9.2, as I said, councillors, is the Economic Development, Regional Advocacy and Intergovernmental Relations Voice Panel. This was convened on the 14th of December. A number of strategies were discussed around where the Shire is developing, where it's planning to develop it, what it's looking at doing in terms of investment strategies, what major projects are on the boil, and certainly what major projects council is endorsing. We also discussed some of the major development applications and larger projects on the books for the region, and of course, as you'll see there in the minutes, Surf Lakes and Emu Park development were discussed. We did briefly discuss the fact that there's been a revaluation of the Shire this year, and from that discussion, questions are obviously came up about what the potential impact of that would be on rates going forward. Clearly at this point, that's a crystal ball answer. We just don't know until the officers sit down and actually work through that as part of the budgetary process. Gave them a quick update on the regional waste strategy work being conducted through CQ Rock, and then we just went into general business, essentially discussing a few issues that members raised. A good meeting, councillors. I have to say that the numbers were a little lower than I was hoping, what we normally get, but I put that down to the time of year, being in December, and people potentially being away on holidays. So be keeping an eye on it though. So I'm moving the adoption of that one in the absence of any questions, councillors. Councillor Mather.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. While we're talking about the valuations, and no doubt they will have an impact on our rates, and another nightmare that we need to wander through, we're obviously looking at all sorts of revenue that are due to us. That should include, and I think we need to follow up on this, and that's the federal government for its contribution for the loss of the rates in the Shoalwater Bay area. I think we need to follow up on that. I think they've told us once, no, we've given you money, but that will benefit the Army more than it will benefit us. But I think we need to start looking at where our resources, where our financial resources are coming from, and the federal government sitting on its hands on this one. And I think now's a prime time to actually remind them we are going to be disadvantaged by the loss of those 21 plus properties, and we need to make sure that we are compensated for that loss, because it's ultimately the people of the Shire who will have to pick up the tab.
I think that
it's time to do it.
I don't. I'm not diminishing your comment, councillor, but that's probably a separate discussion outside of receiving this report.
It probably is, Mr. Chairman. But
you know, maybe that's discussion you want to raise during the budget workshops at some stage.
Yes, we'll, certainly we'll do that. Thank you. But it just needs to be not lost while we're looking at valuations, because that's going to be a nightmare on its own. Thank you.
Any other questions, councillors? Can I get a seconder, please? Thank you, Councillor Bello. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. Item 10, Audit Risk and Improvement Committee reports. I have nothing, Mr CEO. Okay. And that brings us to item 11, which is the reports. And as I've indicated to the CEO, councillors, I'm going to, pardon me, please, I'm going to step out for 11.1, 11.2 and 11.3. And so for 11.2, I'm going to hand over to the Deputy Mayor, Councillor Bello. Thank you, Councillor Bello.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Just before you do, Mr Mayor, is there any requirement that you feel that we at least provide further explanation as to what the conflict is? I just probably need to feel that at least needs to be asked anyway.
I think councillors, Councillor Friend, I think raised this previously, and it was mentioned at that time that what you're, as I understand it, Mr CEO, what you're attempting to resolve here is whether this actually is going to be sent to early resolution, or whether you're going to forward it on to council for further consideration. If you wish to bring up the item, Mr CEO, I don't think there's anything precluding that.
Through the chair.
Hang on, I'm asking the CEO a question.
I beg your pardon.
No reason for not doing so, Mr Mayor. My understanding of the declaration that you've submitted is that you feel conflicted because of your appointment as the investigation manager.
Oh, sorry, you asking me, councillor?
Yeah.
Oh, I beg your pardon.
Previously.
Sorry, I misinterpreted the question.
Yeah,
sorry.
sorry.
Yeah.
I probably didn't articulate that overly well.
Yeah, no, sorry. Yes. So, as you know, this was referred back to council. These complaints were referred back to council from the Office of the Independent Assessor, and based on advice I received at the time, I acted, and as it turned out, I acted inappropriately, according to the policy that's been set down by council. Now that's been readdressed, but I feel that having taken a course of action already, that my involvement going forward would be compromised, and I've actually made that clear to the CEO, and that's why I'm stepping out.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you, Mr Chair, for that explanation.
And my apologies, I misinterpreted.
No, much appreciated.
Mr Deputy, I guess I'm talking to you now. Just a clarification for people who are either in the gallery or who may be tuning in. This is something that's not clear as to what's happening here. Do you intend to give the Mayor gave his part as to why he's leaving, but for anybody who needs to get a handle on what we're doing here, there needs to be some explanation. Clear,
thank you.
Just clear line.
Thank you, Councillor Maida. That is what we'll be endeavouring to do.
Well, I'm just thinking.
But we need to actually get there.
Was it up to the CEO? I'm just.
Oh, no, it'll be up to the chair, and then we'll use the resources that are at our disposal, or at our there to support us in that, to endeavour to provide as much clarity as we can, and to make the process as clear as we can, and that's what we'll be endeavouring to do. So, the report before us there, 11.1, relating to Office of the Independent Assessor referral, Councillor Glenda Mather, to provide some explanation. I'm happy to try and do that, and if the CEO certainly would like to, well, most comfortable with that as well.
Yes, Mr. Acting Chair, with the Chair's consent and leave of the meeting, I would appreciate the opportunity to fill the apparent void to which Councillor Mather refers. There is one procedural matter just prior to that in relation to matter 11.1. As we discussed earlier in the meeting, section 321 of our meeting procedures policy does prescribe that a subject councillor, in this case Councillor Mather, does have a conflict of interest in this matter, but is permitted to remain in the room to respond to questions. So the minutes will note that to that effect. In advance of actually considering the item, if I could, for the benefit of the record, the following three items are each referrals from the Office of the Independent Assessor regarding complaints lodged against councillors. The Office of the Independent Assessor refers lower level complaints back to Council for investigation consistent with the Councillor Complaints Investigation Policy, a statutory policy based on a model produced by the Queensland Government. Today's reports confirm that errors have been made in earlier attempts to process each of these 3 cases, which is why they appear on the agenda today. Each case was referred to the Mayor as the investigator nominated by policy, without reference to councillors in the first instance. Councillors should have been afforded the opportunity to concur or otherwise with recommendations from the office about how each investigation was to be handled. Following the earlier investigations, what we now know to be invalid outcomes were determined and the Councillor Conduct Register updated accordingly. There was no lawful basis for doing this without reference to council, and in at least 2 of these cases, councillors were denied the opportunity for proper early resolution, which might have resulted in the complaint being withdrawn. It is now known that any outcome achieved and sanction purported to be imposed in these cases was invalid and not lawful without reference to council. The updating of the Councillor Conduct Register with the apparent outcome of the earlier invalid investigations has improperly suggested that councillors had engaged in inappropriate conduct before the process had been properly concluded and determined by council. I have apologised privately to each councillor for these errors and now do so again publicly. While recognising that these errors should not have happened, councillors agree that the best way of rectifying things is to reprocess these 3 cases, and that begins with councillors determining what investigation process should be applied in each case.
Thank you very much, Mr CEO, for that. Appreciate your clarity around that and your approach to being as professional as you possibly can under these circumstances. So thank you for that. Councillors, is there any questions that you would like to be heard?
Yes, thank you.
Councillor Friend.
Thank you, Mr Chairman. Through you to the CEO, would you just have would you mind kindly reading that part about the register? So therefore, because this is now brought back to the table, have the registers been updated to withdraw those sustained inappropriate behaviour complaints at this time?
Mr Mayor, we've not amended the register at this point. We thought to do so without a public explanation of having done so would be further confusing. So armed with the decisions of today, we can update the register with confidence and point people to references where they can understand why changes have been made.
Councillor Friend, does that satisfy
Yes, thank
your
you very
questions?
much.
Thank you. Councillor Mather.
Mr Chairman, I think it's at this time that I need to vacate the table, if there are no further questions.
I think you can vacate the table any time you like.
Yes.
In terms of this report.
And I think it needs to be said that, Mr
At
Mayor,
your discretion.
yes, I will. But before I do, it needs to be said that I'm very happy to explain all of my conduct. This is not the time to do it. This is the first of 2 stages, and no doubt we're just deciding now where we proceed with a new investigation or an early resolution, and that's all we need to do today. But I'm very happy and anxious to disclose my involvement in these proceedings. So in saying that, I'd reserve the right to do so at a later date at the 2nd stage of this process.
I guess if I could respond to that to the best of my ability anyway, and perhaps the CEO or other councillors may, I guess in the event that the table chose to follow the OIA's recommendation for early resolution and early resolution was met, well then there is no further correspondence nor action to take place other than just to be reflected on the register. So I guess, Councillor Mather, that's the process.
Yes, and I'm happy to vacate at this time and reserve my right to come back on the 2nd stage.
We make sure we come and get you when you're finished.
Well, I'll leave the room actually, because I think if there are no further questions, I'd be happy to leave the room.
Certainly. Councillors, any further questions? We have a motion before us here, a recommendation from the OIA. I can read it out. Looks like Councillor Hutton's reaching for the switch.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I do have an alternate resolution that I'd like to put forward for councillors to consider. It's up on the board in front of us.
Okay, just for those watching it on live stream, Councillor Hutton has provided, is this a foreshadowed motion or an amendment, Councillor Hutton, that you're proposing, do you feel? Or perhaps seek advice from the CEO?
Mr. Acting Chair, there's no obligation to put what is the recommendation in your papers. You can simply not put that motion and put this as an alternative, and I think Councillor Hutton is proposing to do so.
So, as an alternate motion?
Yes, please, Mr. Chair.
So, Councillor Hutton, I'm happy for you to read that out if you'd like to. I think you'd probably do a better job than myself. If you're okay with that, just for those watching.
Yes, happy to. I just need to find a paper copy because I will not be able to read it from that distance while my eyes are good. So my alternate resolution is that Council acknowledges the public apology provided by the Chief Executive Officer on behalf of officers and the organisation for the previous misadministration in the processing of this complaint and the consequent delayed resolution. Pursuant to Section 150AF2A of the Local Government Act 2009, Council accepts the recommendation of the Office of the Independent Assessor for processing of this complaint with the reference number against Councillor Glenda Maver and seeks early resolution of the matter with the agreement of both parties, acknowledging that should mediation fail, an investigation will be completed. Number 3, that Council, pursuant to Section 5.5 of the Council of Complaints Investigation Policy, appoints Councillor Pat Eastwood as the Investigation Manager. And number 4, notifies the Office of the Independent Assessor of and seeks independent assessment of the breaches of the Councillor Conduct Complaints Policy.
Okay, so that's the foreshadowed motion there you have before us, councillors. We'll go back to the alternate motion. Yep. So we'll go back to the original report and recommendation provided by the officers. Looks like Councillor Friend, are you reaching for a question or not?
Thank you. I have had long discussions with the LGAQ in relation to general policy in relation to this. Number 2 is of interest to me on the alternative motion. When it says, should mediation fail, an investigation be completed, once council has voted to go to early resolution, there should not be further investigation because we have voted to go to early resolution.
Yep, so to take on board your question, so under our policy it says that we seek for mediation to take place. What our policy is silent of explicitly, although it is implicit, is that if both parties don't agree to mediate, then an investigation should be completed. Now, in the absence of us explicitly saying that should mediation fail, we go to investigation, it would actually come back potentially again to council to say, hey, mediation failed, do you now want to have an investigation to occur? So all I was trying to do by explicitly putting in that, not that I'm seeking to at all suggest that mediation will fail, but I'm trying to save the time of council and officers by making it say, if this process doesn't work, we're happy for it to go, well, we don't really have a choice. It will go to that process, but we don't wish it to come back again so we can make the same decision.
Thank you, Councillor Hutton. I really appreciated the clarity, especially around the policies, because policies are so important and should be adhered to. So I completely understand what you're saying. However, my question to you is, the good Councillor Eastwood is a fair and just man. However, is there a reason that you've specifically nominated him rather than, when it talks about a delegate, could be a senior officer, it could be a director, it could be the mayor as the mediator?
Yes. So in terms of looking at the policy, recognising that the Mayor had foreshadowed to us as councillors that he was planning on declaring a conflict and removing himself, that being the case, I didn't feel that it would be appropriate that if he's declared a conflict for him to continue in the role of mediator, which is envisaged by the policy. In my consideration of view of delegate, I thought that something that would be of benefit to the councillors is if it's an elected official who was the original purveyor or the original person who's set aside, that it would be a continuation of that to have a further councillor chosen by this table, and acknowledging that Councillor Eastwood has no conflict with any of the items that will come up in the next three. I thought that this was a solution that would be acceptable or potentially willing to be debated by the table.
Sure, thank you, Councillor. Councillor Hutton, the Mayor has declared a conflict because he was along with the senior officers, made judgment and according to incorrect policies or misunderstanding the policies in relation to these OIAs for inappropriate behaviour. However, when we come to a mediator for mediation, if our policy states it should be a mayor, he's not making a judgment, he's simply mediating.
Appreciate your commentary.
Just Councillor Hutton, thank you, Councillor Friend, for that. It's probably best to, I think that's virtually moving into debate there, and stating an opinion on something rather than a question as such, which you're quite entitled to do, but not perhaps in this form of question time. So if I could just ask to keep them to questions specifically. Any further questions there from the councillors? No? I just have one to the CEO. Just in relation to point 4, notifies the Office of the Independent Assessor and seeks independent assessment of the breaches of the Council of Conduct Complaints Policy. Are we in a position to be able to do that in terms of is that following due process, correct process, not stepping outside of our parameters?
There's certainly nothing wrong with the substance of item 4 that I'm aware of, Mr. Acting Chair. Obviously, all of this is in the public domain now. That the practice of actively notifying the office of the various missteps along the way, I think makes sense.
Very good. Thank you. Clarification?
I have one more question.
Question,
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To Councillor Hutton, when I look at the recommendation that the officers have written in relation to the resolution, it really actually covers everything that you've stated, except, is there any other reasons why you've placed this amendment on the table today?
I've placed this alternate resolution because I disagree with your characterisation. I do not believe the recommendation as provided by the officers is as explicit in drawing out the detail, and in looking to recognise that I believe that this was going to be quite a convoluted and complicated issue, I sought to provide some clarity and a clear pathway forward. It's up to obviously councillors to decide whether they wish to use this chain of a resolution.
Thank you.
And thank you, councillors, for those questions. We'll now move to the original recommendation. Is there a mover for the recommendation there for item 11.1? No, we'll deal with the first resolution, with the first draft motion that was put before us in 11.1. So if there's a mover for that, that was Councillor Friend. Did you move that?
Yes.
Yep. Is there a seconder for that motion? In the absence of a seconder, that motion lapses, and we shall now move on to the foreshadowed motion or draft motion from Councillor Hutton. Is there a mover for that motion? Councillor Hutton. A seconder? Councillor Eastwood. Councillor Hutton, would you like to speak to that motion?
Only very briefly to acknowledge publicly and thank the CEO for his acknowledgement of the mistakes that have been undertaken in this process. I acknowledge that for both officers and councillors alike who have been directly affected by this, this is not an easy item, and I think in dealing with it the desire for us to be explicit as to how we're going to take it forward, what steps we're going to take, it is really important, both for us to have line of sight, but also for the community who are going to be very confused by the pathway that we've taken to get to this point. I think every step that we can take to try and not ease this process, but to provide clarity is important, and that this is a step forward. And when it comes to point 4, acknowledging that under the Act we all have a positive obligation, and this helps achieve that outcome collectively rather than individually.
Thank you. Any speakers against? No. Any speakers for? Councillor Eastwood.
Yes, just briefly, Mr. Chair. Yes, as Councillor Mather has been denied an amenity and possibly, well, has been judged prior to or against proper processes, I think it's prudent that, as we brought this to a council meeting so that the public can recognise and see that there's nothing occurring under the table. And what it does is it gives it an opportunity for, again, to have possible early resolution, or for it to come to the council for a decision to be made. I'm also concerned, obviously, and this can't be retrieved, Councillor Mather's possible reputational damage. Anyway, it's a step forward, and let's hope we can get this rectified in a way that's good for council and good for the councillor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to speak for also.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'll certainly allow that. Thank you.
Thank you,
Councillor
Mr.
Friend.
Chair. Councillor Mather's, Councillor Eastwood has just touched on Councillor Mather's reputational damage through the incorrect understanding and the process that has been inappropriate behaviour for those watching is inappropriate, but it's not corrupt and it's not criminal. And the OIA, the Office of Independent Assessor, are there. They're there as a triage. They're there to decide of the complaints that come to them where they are to go to. All inappropriate behaviours are sent back to council to deal with because they are classed on the lower rung of the ladder in relation to any type of misconduct or corrupt conduct. They are inappropriate, and councillors should, including myself, adhere to respect officers, respect councillors, and respect our community. And I know that Councillor Mather does this. So when they talk about early resolution and mediation, basically it's between the two parties, not the complainant. The complainant is not a part of that mediation. It is between the party which has said or done the inappropriate behaviour and the target to which it was targeted for. So mediation is a good thing. So basically in the private sector, in private business, organisations, people say things. People are human. People are, they get angry, they get frustrated. We all do. However, there is contrition, there is apologies, and that takes on the responsibility of that person who's actually said or done the wrong thing. And this is where it should lie, early resolution. Let the parties discuss it like adult human beings without a third party submitting complaints to the OIA that, and actually investigating this.
Excuse me, Councillor Friend, I've just had a point of order from Councillor Hutton.
Yeah,
I'm happy to hear your point of order.
Yeah, the point of order I raise is, while I think that we're all looking to provide some leeway in this space, I think that the councillor's contribution to the debate is no longer about the issue at hand, but rather to a greater policy or state government legislation issue that needs to be dealt with, but should be dealt with separately. And I'd ask that she be called back to the motion at hand.
I accept that point of order there. We'll ask Councillor Friend
And I accept it also. Thank
Thank
you
you
so
very
much.
much.
So yes, I do believe that Councillor Mather should be dealt with under early resolution, and I also thank the CEO and also accept his apologies. Thank you.
There's obviously no speakers against, unless Councillor Eastwood's changed his mind, but I don't think so. Look, I'm only going to briefly say that this has not been an easy process. I hope that we mature through this process, and ultimately we try and refine our processes, that we get them correct. Accountability is critical to the public that we are sworn to serve, and this is purely about, I think, this motion that has been put forward encapsulates that, and I look forward to the investigation. Not the investigation, the early resolution under Councillor Eastwood's management there taking place. I'll ask Councillor Hutton if he'd like to wind up.
No, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Solomon.
Mr Acting Chair, while that's happening, similarly to item 11.1, that the minutes will record, consistent with policy, that the subject councillor in item 11.2, Councillor Andrea Friend on this occasion, has a conflict by virtue of that policy, but is permitted to remain in the room and respond to questions.
If I could too, Mr CEO, is there any requirement, do you think, that we need to tidy up? We didn't accept the officer's recommendation. We went with a different resolution, so we should capture that, I believe.
That motion was put, but
Okay.
lapsed for want of a seconder, so the record will show that.
So there's no need to, I guess, explain, despite the officer's recommendation, council has chosen to, which has been the practice in the past, is my understanding. But yep, certainly, Mr. Bacon, if you'd like to.
They won't be able to hear you though.
No. Thank you, Brett. We would appreciate you at the table. I'm sure the many watching live stream would.
The wisdom.
That's right.
If I may, councillors, what normally happens is if it is a resolution which is in conflict or is contradictory to the recommendation, you then need to put those reasons. I would argue that the recommendation or the resolution isn't in conflict or isn't contrary to the recommendation. It is an expansion on that. So I'd say that there is no inconsistency per se that then needs you to provide reasons.
Can I butt in there?
Explanation, Mr. Bacon. Councillor Maker.
Mr Acting Mayor, if you're still making a decision here, obviously...
No. All's done and dusted. You're quite welcome in the table here now. So
Well, what are you...
we're moving on to the next item of business. 11.2.
I just want to be sure that if you've lapsed for the one of a second, I thought you were looking at another recommendation.
Councillor Mather, thank you for your concern. It's
my concern because...
Well, your concern, Councillor Mather.
I don't want to be here while you do a
Councillor Mather, can I assure you...
That's all.
Thank you, Councillor Mather, for your concern. I can assure you that we can move on with confidence to item 11.2.
Yes, as
Thank
long as
you.
you haven't made a decision, or you have. I don't want to be here when you're making a decision. That's all I'm saying.
Yep.
Sorry. We have made a decision. Okay.
Thank you. Okay. 11.2 is rather similar to the previous one, but involves obviously a different councillor there, with Councillor Friend. I'm going to put this motion, or Councillor Mather, have you got any questions that you'd like to ask in relation to this?
Well, not being here for the debate on the first one, I've got nothing to be going by.
Excellent. Well, on that matter,
Sorry, Mr.
excellent. We could provide some clarity. So the an alternate motion was put. The first motion lapsed for want of a seconder, and you probably don't have a copy of that there, so it's hard for you to read that. But I might ask Councillor Hutton just to provide some clarity around.
Well, obviously we do have to deal with every complaint on its own merits, but I'll foreshadow now that I plan on putting forward not dissimilar alternate motion on this matter with the only change being that Councillor Mather is replaced by the words of Councillor Friend. And for the benefit of Councillor Mather, that alternate recommendation that I'll put forward is that Council acknowledges the public apology provided by the Chief Executive Officer on behalf of officers and the organisation for the previous misadministration in the process of this complaint and the consequent delayed resolution. 2, that pursuant to the section of the Local Government Act, Council accepts the recommendation of the Office of the Independent Assessor for processing of this complaint against Councillor Andrea Friend and seeks early resolution of the matter with the agreement of both parties, acknowledging that should mediation fail, an investigation will be completed. And 3, pursuant to section 5.5 of the Councillor's Complaint Investigation Policy, Council appoints Councillor Pat Eastwood as the investigation manager. And 4, notifies the Office of the Independent Assessor of and seeks independent assessment of the breaches of the Councillor Conduct Complaints Policy.
Justine, perhaps if you could just scroll that back up there so Councillor Mather can see that for herself.
I need time to...
Of course, totally understand. It's on the screen there, Councillor Mather. But essentially, it will be recommended for early resolution, and in the event it doesn't happen, then it'll come back to the table. Councillor Eastwood will be managing the early resolution between you and the parties, and that's where it is at this present. Question there in relation to this 11.2, Councillor
I do.
Friend.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question is, we're aware of who the complainant was in Councillor Mather's case. I'm not aware of the complainant and who the complainant was in my case. So I put to the table, if it's any of my fellow councillors, and you have every right, however, you are also in conflict by passing the resolution. So I ask, is there anyone at this table who has put in the complaint against me? Because I believe that there's a conflict to sit at the table and make the vote.
On this matter, I, number one, acknowledge the question, although I question whether, when that's the conflicted council, whether you're able to ask questions rather being the person who answers questions. But secondly, I had a question that I was hoping to address to the CEO, whereby I questioned whether, if a councillor suspects that a colleague has a conflict of interest that, while they've disclosed a different conflict, has not been disclosed, should that be addressed now? Like, so I understand that I have a statutory obligation to report a suspicion of a conflict of interest, and under the procedures it says that I should address it to the meeting chair. But if they've already left because of a conflict anyway, am I fulfilling my obligation by airing it, or should I leave it? I'm a bit lost.
It's a good question, Councillor Hutton, not a scenario I've encountered before. So by virtue of the proceedings today, if you are saying a councillor whom against you would ask the question about whether they are conflicted in this matter is not present in the room, yes, then there's not that obligation. If they were absent for another reason, there's not necessarily that obligation because they don't breach the meeting procedures by virtue of being absent. Your obligation to notify the meeting because there's not a potential breach, I don't believe you have that obligation.
So rather, my obligation would be to report that they've failed to fully declare a conflict of interest to the officer and the independent assessor in that instance.
Mr. CEO, would it be appropriate now to break for smoko and make a phone call from yourself to clarify that matter?
The initial clarity, Councillor Mather, is actually
Because obviously you know
about
more
the
than I
question.
do, and I want to make sure that you're happy with the answer that you give on that question.
Trying to answer Councillor Hutton's point is, does he have an obligation to notify potential conflicts that haven't been notified?
I would say yes. I would say yes.
Yeah.
We just ask councillors to just remain quiet whilst considerations are being made.
Yeah, that's what I tried to poorly describe. Yeah. Yeah. Mr. Acting Chair, consistent with my earlier, perhaps clumsy statement that the provisions are that another duty to report another councillor's prescribed or declarable conflict of interest applies if a councillor reasonably believes another councillor who has a prescribed conflict in a matter is participating in a decision in contravention. I think in the scenario Councillor Hutton is contemplating, that's not what's going on here.
And I do apologise, councillor. It's just I noted in reading the legal implications of this particular report that they were referenced differently to the other two that we'll deal with today, and so that provided for me a suspicion. But if on the advice of the CEO there is no need to air that suspicion, then that's not for me to do here and now.
And probably the question I have, is it separate to, I guess, determining the outcome of this this matter here and now? The concern? So could this be dealt with?
It was simply that while a councillor has declared a conflict on this particular item, that conflict has not reflected the entirety of what I suspect is their conflict, and I wondered.
Well, I think that's a reasonable question, most definitely. But I guess what I'm trying to understand is, does that impact on our ability to proceed with this item here?
Not on the CEO's advice.
No.
So Councillor Hutton's question stemmed from a question that Councillor Friend posed. I think, for clarity, the report should make it clear that the complainant is not present in the room. That's correct.
And does that satisfy, though, that I won't put words in your mouth, but I suspect...
It satisfies me the advice that the obligation to report an undeclared conflict doesn't rest with this table at this time, because obviously I'm under no obligation in the room when that person is no longer in the room to provide that. So if any further action has to be taken, it's not in here.
Mr. Chairman. So that means, Councillor Hutton, if you had a suspicion, if the person's not in the room, that removes any obligation on your part to voice that suspicion.
My understanding of what the CEO said is where a person has already provided grounds for conflict of which they've left the room, my obligation, which says that if I believe that someone is at risk of participating in a debate in which they have a conflict that I need to report it to the meeting chair, doesn't apply in that circumstance because they've already left the room.
The reason for the person leaving the room, irrespective of who the person is, if the reason for leaving the room was A, and there was a conflict on another matter, and that wasn't disclosed, is that taken into consideration?
I think that's an issue for outside the meeting,
that's why
and I'm not saying that I don't believe that I have an obligation not to deal with it, but I just know that on the advice of the CEO that we don't need to deal with it in the terms of the meeting here today, and that was the clarity I was seeking.
Well, we'll put it this way. Well, I don't
Councillor
want
May,
to prolong this very much, but the very reason we're in this position today is because we failed to get clarification on process. And even though what we're talking about today is not dependent on the outcome, or the outcome's not dependent on that, but for clarification and for our own understanding of process, it would be wise to be able to know that as we move forward on this matter.
Yep, thank you for that observation there. I've probably got one more question that comes out of that through you to the CEO. Is there the capacity, though, for a person who declares a conflict whereby they can actually either come back to answer questions, that not to influence the vote on something, but because their information is helpful in arriving at the best decision you can. So I'm not suggesting we do that now, but it is at our, it is within the rules, I guess, for that very reason, that their information can be helpful in providing the best decision.
Mr Acting Chair, the councillors, any councillor's decision to remove themselves from proceedings is theirs alone. There are provisions that if they request to stay, the councillors can make a determination and indeed provide conditions around on what grounds they choose to. If they've chosen to opt out, though, you can't necessarily require them to come back, even though that could be requested. If we were to take up Councillor Mather's suggestion of a short adjournment to seek some advice, I'd happily do that.
Okay, we're back on live stream. To those who have tuned back in, after a short adjournment to get some clarities, can we have a mover to resume the meeting? Councillor Hutton, all those in favour? Thank you. Okay, moving back to the item of 11.2, Office of the Independent Assessor, referral Councillor Andrea Friend. I'm going to move over to the CEO.
Thank you, Mr Acting Chair. If I could just provide those responses to the questions that were posed earlier. Councillor Friend asked if there were any councillors present that were obliged to notify of conflicts in this particular matter, and beyond the declaration, and certainly councillors do have that obligation. We are all aware that the Mayor has previously declared a conflict in this particular matter, but there are no other conflicts declared. In relation to Councillor Hutton's point about an obligation to notify the meeting of a failure to declare a particular conflict by a councillor not present at the meeting, Councillor Hutton or other councillors present at the meeting are not obliged to do so on the basis that that councillor is not participating in proceedings.
Thank you for those clarifications, Mr CEO. Any further questions from councillors? If not, sorry, Councillor Hutton.
No, I'm just saying I'm happy to move the alternate resolution.
Okay.
At this point, Mr Chair, I should leave the room as I've declared a conflict.
Very good. Thank you, Councillor Friend, for that. Perhaps being consistent with the previous item, we'll put the initial report or resolution to the table. If there's anyone that wants to move that recommendation there that was in our agenda. Nobody moving that. Well, that lapses for the want of a mover.
Hang on,
And we'll
Mr.
move
Chairman.
on to...
I just have a question on that.
Yes, you have a question?
I didn't know you were going to put the vote.
Well, we've got to get there eventually, so...
There are similarities between the first case, being mine, and the case under discussion now, whereas complaints were made to the OIA and they've come back with recommendations that they seek early resolution. Okay. They didn't recommend investigation. I don't see any reason why it should vary, the recommendation and the motion should vary from the first case, because there are similarities there, not in the circumstances, but in the way it was handled by the OIA. So I would happy to move that the motion, which was the recommendation, the alternative recommendation in the first case, be also the recommendation and resolution in this case.
Well, you're quite welcome to move the recommendation that's there.
Which
No, she's not. I've already put it.
Which one?
Mine.
She
wants to support my one.
Oh, she wants to, I thought she was wanting to support the officers one. No, okay.
Well, hang on, let's get this clear again.
I'm happy for us to vote on the motion that we'd like to vote on.
I'd be happy to support the recommendation as it is.
So we're talking the original recommendation or...
Yeah, so she's
Council.
the original.
Okay, so Councillor Mather, you're moving the
Yes.
original recommendation.
Yes,
And I'll just read that out. The pursuant to
I
section...
understand what I'm moving, that's all.
You're moving that. Is there a seconder at all for that motion? No, there's not. So that motion does not get up at all. We'll move on to the alternate motion that was Councillor Hutton would like to put forward.
Mr Acting Mayor, I'm happy
Yes.
to move the alternate recommendation. I only have one query that has just popped into my head. Recognising the difference in terms of what it says under the legal implications segment of this report, it says that where it should not ordinarily go to the CTT to be dealt with. So my recommendation is actually not matching So while it's matching the request from the OIA, it's not matching our policy statement. So am I right in saying that we're accepting the recommendation of the Office of the Independent Assessor, even if it's not quite right with where the policy says what should happen in the case?
Under section 150A, under the relevant provisions of the Act, councillors have the right to depart from its own policy, and the statute that's prescribed allowing you to accept the recommendation would certainly supersede your own policy contemplation.
And we don't have to, like, acknowledging we are accepting the recommendation of the IA, we don't have to acknowledge that we're departing from our own policy in that.
I guess for completeness, you could include a provision around it. As I say, it's certainly explicitly implied that that's what's happening, but as we've been saying throughout, it is all about clarity for all.
Well, I guess that's probably perhaps the point may be more relevant than that was asked before. You know, are we diverging from the recommendation to the extent that we need to actually provide clarity why we are? Mr. CEO? And Mr. Bacon, perhaps? No, even though it says...
No, it's policy, so...
Okay.
Yes.
So my suggestion, Mr. Acting Chair, is that for this item, recognising that it does have a slightly different taint in terms of our policy implication, that we are, in following the recommendation of the Office of the Assessor, we are not following our policy explicitly, while
Yep.
implicitly we would be. I wonder if in section 2, where we say pursuant that council accepts the recommendation for the processing of the complaint, acknowledging, I'm not sure how to, acknowledging the conflict with council's own councillor conduct investigation policy. Can I suggest, can we put it up? So pursuant, council acknowledges, so put it back up after that Act 2019. So that exactly what you just wrote in. So we'll acknowledge straight up that while it departs from our own, it does align with the recommendation of the IA.
And it's consistent with the Local Government Act?
It's actually the Act that trumps the policy.
Yeah. Do we not need to put it in at all?
Yeah, if it's for completeness.
After the word council on that line, where you, so Act 239 Council acknowledging the conflict accepts the recommendation of the Office of the Independent Assessor. And that way we've acknowledged it up front, but we're saying this is the pathway and why we're doing it.
And if the council will tell us why we're doing it? Because you're doing off one trial, I'm just trying to follow you.
Yep. So, Councillor Mather, our policy and the legal implications for that report says that in cases, says that the matter should be dealt with externally by the Councillor Conduct Tribunal in cases where the Mayor is suspected of being the complainant. However, the Office of the Independent Assessor has suggested to us that we undertake a process of early resolution, and so therefore, in following their recommendation, we're actually going against our own policy, and all I'm trying to do is articulate that so that it's...
And policy states what we must do?
Well, the policy says that ordinarily, in cases where the Mayor is the complainant, Council's policy is to have the matter investigated externally by the Councillor Conduct Tribunal. But the recommendation of the OIA was not to go to the Councillor Conduct Tribunal, but to mediate the issue. And so to accept theirs, which I believe is the, and actually that's a debate point, but I just feel that we need to articulate that in following their recommendation, we are acknowledging that there is a divergence from our policy, which is trumped by government legislation anyway.
Yes, because it hasn't been
You got your light on there, Councillor Mather?
Sorry?
Have you got your light on if you're going to be
It hasn't been identified, and it says why we can vary from the policy, but it doesn't actually state who the complainant is. That would identify the complainant.
no more than the report already does.
Okay,
It's a tricky one.
we will be looking for advice to the officers to, I guess, view those words, and if you guys are comfortable with them.
As I explained, Mr Acting Chair, that is certainly a more complete record of what it's doing. I think the former would have got there, but it certainly had to rely on the implication that it trumped policy. This now spells that out.
And that spells that out in 1.2, is it?
Yes, so the addition of acknowledging the conflict with Council's own councillor investigation policy, which would have resulted in referral to the Councillor Conduct Tribunal.
And that's 5.5, isn't it?
That's 5.5 of the policy.
Yep, probably wouldn't hurt to have that in there just to... Anyway, okay.
Can I just...
Thank you, Mr CEO, for that. Yes, Councillor May.
Mr Deputy, number 2, the last word there, I think that's the wrong word. Acknowledging that should mediation fail, an investigation will be completed. Undertaken, I think, is probably the...
Happy to... There we go.
Yeah,
Good collaboration, guys. We'll put...
I don't think
Councillor
completion...
You're okay with that?
Very happy to
Fantastic.
accept that.
Okay, well, thank you once again for everybody's contribution. We'll put this motion to the table. Councillor Hutton, you've moved that? Yep, we've got a seconder for that. Councillor Eastwood. Over to you, Councillor Hutton.
Only very briefly to acknowledge once again that this is a scenario that none of us would seek for our council and organisation to be in, yet the pathway forward for us has to be about providing ultimately that transparency in not only how we got here and acknowledging once again the commentary provided by the CEO, but also the pathway forward for us. I've never supported council or councils being a star chamber and sitting in judgment against one's peers. I don't think it's good for the collective wisdom, or however, under the Act we have responsibilities that we need to meet in terms of our obligation to report, our obligation to advise, and in this case, our obligation to provide a process forward for the management of this complaint. And in acknowledging this is very similar to the process we've used for the prior complaint, I think sets a standard that I'd be happy to continue.
Any speakers against? No. Any further speakers for?
Yes, Mr Chair, just to continue in the same vein as the last one, because they're very similar. It is a great thing that we've been able to bring this back to the table, to bring it up and open to the public. The councillor in question has lost their anonymity in relation to this whole affair, and in that reason we need to make sure that the public are aware right up front of what's happened, and we can now go about by doing it the proper way and the right way, and fix a wrong. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Eastwood. Councillor Mader, would you like to speak for or against?
What's done is done. And as it's been said, and I've said it too, we should never have got to this stage in the first place, given the nature of the complaints and given the way they were handled. While everybody's trying to do the right thing, Mr Chairman, nobody is perfect. And we do need a tap on the shoulder sometimes, but this one that we're dealing with now, there was excessive contrition provided, and yet the complaint still went ahead. And I wonder about the...
Councillor Mader, could I just ask you to remind you that...
I'm not going any further to say that this needs to be dealt with at the earliest possible opportunity. Without the tribunal being involved. And I don't mind varying from a policy, because I can name another policy where we could have varied but didn't. So we need to be consistent in what we do and who we do it with. Thanks, Mr Chairman.
Thank you. Look, my short comments on this is really, I guess it follows up on what Councillor Eastwood was saying. The pressure at times that councillors can be under should not be underestimated. and whenever there's investigations taken that involve councillors, it is so important, absolutely so important, to try and get it right as best you can in a reasonably efficient time. I only read in the Australian newspaper on the weekend a mayor from a small council in Victoria committed suicide after a very lengthy investigation. Now, I know that that is an extremely heavy conversation to even raise, and I'm not suggesting for any minute that there's those tendencies here at all, and that there's particular aspects of that situation which compelled that situation, but ultimately it was a very lengthy investigation. It took far too long, and it's so important that we get these things right. And none of us are experts at this, but ultimately we're trying, I guess, as a council, and I thank Councillor Hutton for his contribution here today, as we've tried to put something together that you can never put things back together and they're better than what they were at the start, but hopefully moving forward from here, we'll be known that we were prepared to take a good look at this stuff. We aired it. It's not pretty to watch or to listen to, but we're endeavouring to do the very best we can. And I think the staff are also very much supportive of that. So to everybody, thank you for your contribution. I'll put it to the vote. Those in favour? Those against? Obviously none. That's unanimous. That concludes that one. Thank you.
Mr Acting Chair, on the return of Councillor Friend, it will be incumbent upon the councillors to nominate a chairman on the understanding that by virtues of policy you will have a conflict of interest in the next matter, will be entitled to remain, as your colleagues have done, to respond to questions, but obviously appropriate to appoint an alternative chair once Councillor Friend has returned to the room.
Yep, that is correct. Thank you, Mr CEO. We'll await Councillor Friend and then perhaps hand over to you to facilitate, or do we call for nominations from the floor?
Nomination, it's by resolution, so whether there's just a consensus or whether it's a nomination process, up to you.
Through you, Mr Chair.
Yes,
Mr Chair, I'd
Councillor
like to
Friend.
nominate Councillor Mather.
Got a nomination there of Councillor Mather. Any other nominations from the floor?
I'd like to nominate Councillor Rees for it, if he's willing.
Well, I guess firstly, okay. Righto. Well, we've got 2 nominations there. No.
Well, you can always ask if one of them wishes
Yep. Are both of you guys accepting the nominations? Is there anybody not want to accept the nomination?
I'm happy for Councillor Mather to be nominated.
So you're not accepting the nomination, Councillor Smith? No. Okay. No further nominations? No. Well, all those in favour of Councillor Mather being the chair of the next report. Can I vote on that one? Yep.
Indeed, Mr Acting Chair, we probably just should propose that formally, so it's an appointment by resolution. So clearly there was a consensus at the meeting. If
Okay.
you could just get a mover and seconder for the record.
Yep. So the mover was Councillor Friend, I believe, and a seconder may have been Councillor Eastwood, I believe. And so we'll put that to the vote. All those in favour?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Madam Acting Chair, if it aids, I can give a quick précis of item 11.3 before you invite questions.
Perhaps before the chair gets started, I might make it a bit cleaner and exit the room now. Unless there's any particular questions to me, I'm happy to leave now. Madam Chair.
You're remaining for questions?
I'm happy to leave now unless...
We've arrived at 11.3, the opposite the independent assessor in relation to a complaint lodged against Councillor Bellow. In relation to a complaint lodged against Councillor Bellow, and although Councillor Bellow's matter has not reached the complaints register. It's going to be handled a little bit differently because of that, whereas the other two councillors who were found guilty of misconduct or inappropriate conduct, they were referred to the register. And we're trying to now undo a process that was inadvertently decided outside of the guidelines. And by dealing with Councillor Bellow's complaint here, we are attempting to rectify and explain best we can, for transparency reasons, why we're doing what we're doing. So if Councillor Bellow has any questions before he leaves the room, or any questions that he might have in relation to our process. Any councillor would like to ask questions? Any outstanding questions?
No question from me, only just a statement. Although I did not get onto the councillor register, I certainly did receive notification of a guilty verdict. So I guess I believe that that's reasonable to state before I leave. So thank you.
Councillor Bellow is leaving. You're staying in the room for the discussion, or you're leaving the room? Councillor Bellow is leaving the room. Thanks, Councillor Bellow.
Through the chair, Madam Chair, to the CEO, the last two were recommended primarily to be early resolution. Could you explain the difference with what's happened in this particular case, and why? And can we, as a table, now undertake and state that we think that Councillor Bellows should also be early resolution?
Madam Acting Chair, all three of the matters presented and recommendations presented just mirror those of the Office of the Independent Assessor. So in the two earlier cases, the Office recommended early resolution for those two matters. In this case, the Office of the Independent Assessor has recommended that the matter be investigated and reported back to Council. As is shown in the legislative context section, page 36 of the report, the Council does have, and indeed the entire process is intended that the Council either accepts or otherwise the recommendations of the Office of the Independent Assessor. So it does have the ability to depart from that recommendation, make its own determination as is outlined in the report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To all of my fellow councillors, particular Councillor Hutton, do you have an alternative motion?
I do indeed, Councillor Friend, that I'd like to provide. Please acknowledge that there will be some additional work required on this one, because if we are to consider an alternate recommendation that sees us undertake an alternate process to that proposed by the Office of the Independent Assessor, we do have to provide a reason for that, I believe, but also the fact that the complaint number that I had in the draft was the one from Councillor Maver, so the complaint number is fixed now by the wonderful Justine. It will be fixed, so please ignore the reference to the complaint number in the alternate motion. So what I'm proposing, Council, is that we again acknowledge the public apology provided, and that Council propose an alternate process to that proposed by the Office of the Independent Assessor in regards to the complaint against Councillor, and seek early resolution of the matter with the agreement of both parties, acknowledging that should that fail or should it not be their wishes, that an investigation will be undertaken. That similarly to the first two, that we appoint Councillor Pat Eastwood as the investigation manager, and number 4, notify the OAA as per the last two.
Thank you, Councillor Hutton. Before I call for a seconder, are there any issues that need to be raised, or any concerns that need to be raised in relation to that motion, that alternative motion? No. Well, I'll call for a seconder now and we can enter into formal debate. Move Councillor Hutton for the alternate motion.
Sorry, Councillor, I got something wrong. I think it doesn't. I think I've talked to you after that.
God's talking. So Okay. Mine's good.
So regardless, while this has been dealt with, we do need to add into my alternate resolution why we, if it's the middle of the table to consider it, why we're willing to accept an alternate process. So we can't, I don't believe we could move and second and vote.
They won't capture it in live stream.
They can't even lip read.
Yes, they can hear you.
So can we take a moment now while we're waiting to discuss what we propose or what might be willing to be considered by councillors as, and so we put a comp by.
I think we shouldn't be talking until such time as we get back online. I think we're back online now.
Yep. Okay. So
Yes, yes.
the recommendation is that we move segment 3 and 4 down to 4 and 5, and we'll add in a new point 3 so that it flows.
And can we give the reason for the viewers' sake?
Well, that's what we have to
Yep.
decide now. What reason why we consider to do mediation as a first step.
The OIA has given us the choice of dealing with this matter. It can be early resolution or it can be for investigation. We just need to, if we believe that it can be dealt with under early resolution, we need to find the reasons that we can deviate from the policy or from the Act.
So potentially, Councillor Maver, in accordance with the section as listed, council preferences the opportunity for parties to mediate prior to any formal investigation taking place. Preferences the opportunity to allow for mediation between parties prior to a formal investigation being undertaken. Is that sufficient in that it's explaining that the preference of council to do something alternate to the recommended?
Because the OIA is requiring us to go back to them and to let them know what our decisions are. And I think they would find that quite acceptable, not only in the interests of natural justice, appropriate. So any comments from our members? We've got a mover in that, councillor,
happy to
with that additional wording.
Second.
Councillor Friend will be happy to second that. Councillor Hutton, would you like to speak to your motion?
Only briefly to reflect that once again what we're seeking to do in this is to provide clarity to the community, but also where things are considered able to be dealt with through a process of mediation, then that in my mind is a preference to undertaking of a investigation which may have costs associated both for council as well as a delayed outcome in terms of resolution. This process doesn't withhold the right of an individual to have a complaint taken to investigation, but suggests that in this issue, and I would suggest that perhaps in a future amendment we consider that where these things are drawn, we seek mediation as a first opportunity to try and bring together parties or to mediate between parties to resolve issues prior to them being taken to that next step.
Thanks, Councillor Hutton. Councillor Friend, would you like to?
No, thank you, Madam Chair. I think Councillor Hutton was very eloquent
I think
in his speech, so I concur.
I think it's time to move on. We've got a big agenda.
We have, but this is a matter that we've never dealt with before, and I think in my comments, this is a path we've never had before. We've never had to go down this path. And to undo something that has been done and exposed to the media and naming names, It's a pretty big issue in local government today when we're trying to instill trust, accountability, comradeship. It's not easy. We can't be all things to all people. And if somebody's offended by some silly little word, then they need to get tough and explain what their problem is rather than put it to paper, because nobody knows except those who are the victims, as in those who have received the notice of complaint, how much is involved, how much time is taken away from your normal duties to be able to perform your normal duties in a professional manner and in a trusting manner.
Point of order, Madam Chair. I just would encourage a return to the matter at hand, which is in regards to process.
And the very matter of all this, Councillor Hutton, is the fact that councillors are finding frustration in doing their job and not getting the cooperation from their managers, from their leaders.
Point of order, Madam Chairman.
I'm in the chair, Mr.
Yeah, and I'd like you to hear my point of order before you offer a judgment whether it's worthy of rejection, as would appear the case. So the point of order, I would say, is relevance to the process at hand, which we're dealing. I understand that there are frustrations and that we have allowed quite some levity throughout, but for us to progress this, we do need to remain on to the actual motion that we have before us, which is in regards to dealing with a particular complaint and the process we're going to take forward.
Thank you, Councillor Hutton. I'm leading right to the heart of what we're doing here today. I appreciate your comments, and you're right. It is born out, this charge was born out of frustration because nobody was listening. And when nobody listens, you do things out of frustration to try and get your results you're looking for. And that's why we're here today. And that's why an early resolution is the way to go with this, as I see it. Because there was an act of contrition. It's already been displayed. And I have no doubt that this can be resolved very quickly without additional expense or additional stress to the persons concerned. So, and thank you for your alternative motion. We will put it to the vote now.
Sorry, Madam Chair, can I just wind up after you've finished your contribution?
Yes, go ahead.
I think an important part of what we've dealt with here today is failings in the way that these items have been aired, and instinctively in recognising the personal impact that it has on individuals. It's both an emotional issue as well as one where there is hurt, and I think that's been articulated by Councillor Naver. It is important for us, though, to acknowledge, and I acknowledge as the mover of these motions, that not only do we as councillors have obligations to report conflicts of interest or breaches of policy, that our community and officers do too, and that while our frustrations in this particular instance can be heightened, we must never lose sight, and I'd dislike for anyone who's listening to the debate that's occurred here on these items to think that there is a lack of desire to see process or the opportunity for these things to be done properly. I don't think anyone should be fearful of putting in a complaint where they truly believe that there's something that needs to be dealt with. I don't think anyone should be fearful that they're not going to be heard, but what we bear witness to today is probably the consequences of the past, and this is about creating a process going forward, and that's why I'm happy to move the motion with the recommendation as provided.
And thank you. And Councillor, the mover has summed up. We are setting precedent here today, not only in this council but in this state, I believe. And I believe we've gone about it the right way. We've undertaken the right inquiries to make sure that we're doing it right. And we make mistakes all the time. We've just got to make sure that every time we're not sure, get advice, and that's important. So this is the end of the first stage of this process. Once the early resolution recommendations have taken place, we will come back to the table and we will allow the public to know what's happened and where we go from here. And hopefully, all going well and with the best of intentions, it will be completed at that stage and everybody can get back to normal business. So I thank you all for your contribution. And I don't take criticism as a criticism. I take it as a compliment to get it right. So, and I'm sure that's why we're here, to make sure that we're all doing the right thing for the right reason. So thank you, members, and thank you, Mr. CEO, for your contribution too. And we'll put that to the vote. All in favour?
Madam Acting Chair, unless councillors wanted to break for smoko.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. So I'm here to present the Quarter 2 operational plan for the 2021-2022 financial year. I'll take the report as read and I'll just give a quick overview of the current status of our KPIs. So we have a total of 77 KPIs on time, 8 completed, 14 with rescheduling expected, and that's more around timelines rather than carrying over to the next financial year, and 1 item being deferred. So do any councillors have any questions in relation to the report?
Thank you. Through the chair, Suzanne, hello. On page 47, numbered 3.1.1C, it's in relation to the Resource Recovery Centre. It states there the scope benefits won't be achieved. And I just wondered if you could elaborate on that a little bit more, or perhaps to the Infrastructure Director. Would there be a reason why it states that?
Yep, I'll probably pass that one on to Michael to see if he has any comment on that particular item.
Thanks for the question, Councillor. My understanding is that we've said benefits not able to be achieved within this financial year, because within the financial year was that the Resource Recovery Centre would be completed. As we know, we've gone out to tender and we're in evaluation at the moment, and so for this report it'll be a carryover project and we'll realise the benefits once the project's completed. Thank you, Councillor. But just for this report, for completeness, it's based on this financial year's KPI, which we won't fully complete. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Creedman. That's a great explanation.
Any other questions, councillors?
To Suzanne, no doubt you're keeping updated with all of the things that you need to do, or we need to do as an organisation. Do you have any concerns about any particular area that you feel is falling behind, or you're not adequately resourced? Do you have any areas that are concerned where you feel that's difficult to keep up with?
Not really, Councillor Mather. Most areas are on top of what their requirements are for the operational plan. So if they're deviating in any way, they give a good example of why that's being, why rescheduling is required and when that rescheduling is going to happen. So I'm quite comfortable with the information that the officers are providing for these reports.
Yes, and I know it's organisations of this kind, there are many facets and there are many variables. When there's a demand for some particular area for staffing or resources, something else might have to go a little bit short. So I'm just thinking that we don't need to have people stressing if they can't keep up or if there's some deficiency there. Like nurses are on strike today. It just gets to the stage they've got to do something. And I'm just wondering, we don't want you to get to that stage, of course, but I'm just, as long as you feel that you're on top of it, and I'm sure you are, but we need to know if there's anything that you find that there might be some
we don't have any
diversion of staff or something.
Definitely don't have any concerns
Thanks,
at this
Susan.
stage.
I'm sure you're very capable of handling
Councillor,
it.
sorry to interrupt you, but the officer's trying to respond to your question. If I can just ask her to do that. Thank you.
Yes.
Yeah, we definitely don't have any concerns at this stage, but I'm sure that managers and directors would be monitoring that if there is a requirement.
Okay.
So thank you for the question.
Thank you, Suzanne. Thank you, Councillor Mather. Councillor Hutton.
Just one question in regards to item 4.1.2, which is the percentage of projects completed within the financial year within approved, adopted, revised budgets. I note that it identifies the only red flag as being that the budget's underspent. I just wonder if that's a true reflection, knowing that we have a further report today that says that we will be amending the budget to reflect that we're going to do $10 million less capital program. I'm just wondering if the the green light, yellow light, red light is truly reflective there, or maybe it's just a little bit of out of kilter, or is that a reflection of where we thought we were in December?
I guess that is, as you state, it is a reflection of where we were at the end of December, and obviously with the budget revision, there would have been new information that possibly could have come in relation to those projects after this reporting was done. But I'll hand over to Cale if you've got anything additional that he wants to add.
Not really, Mr Mayor, other than to say obviously there's no green there, which obviously suggests that it is something that's changing, that it's not necessarily online, and as we know from reports that have been presented recently and again today, that is going to be adjusted down. I think we witnessed at the first quarter report with these, there is, we do need to consider when we, would you say, lower the bar, which we will do today, we will make adjustments to the budget, which means we're more likely to achieve targets that are perhaps a more realistic reflection of our capacity to do these things for a number of reasons, but not to lose sight of the fact that the tasks we set ourselves at the start of the year haven't necessarily been achieved. So I think your point holds true, and we should contemplate how we monitor that overall year, even though throughout the year we might adjust things, in this case down, and we will therefore report potentially that we've achieved things, but it's a lesser target than we set ourselves at the start of the year.
Yeah, and I suppose what I was wondering was what was the scale of which we're willing to accept. So, you know, for it to be green, would we have said that it was 100% of where we thought we were going to be at, versus yellow means that we're saying that 30% of projects completed after 6 months means that we're just outside of where we thought we were hoping to be, which is 50%. Like, what's the, when we have the finance report that will come a little bit later, it says that, yeah, a 10% variation up or down is considered within range. I'm wondering what the range is that we identify for this one, because it just seems when we, and even in November when we had talked about 13 point something million at that point that we thought we weren't going to achieve, at the end of December to have a report saying, well, we're not going to get there maybe, just seems a bit.
Just in response to that, sorry Mr Mayor, I believe that at PGG, the Project Governance Group, I believe there's some criteria being developed around that with regard to what that is and how those percentages are being allocated. So I think there is some work underway on that, Councillor.
Thank you very much, Mr Pearce.
And I just think for this particular report, it is like it is the 50-25 for the quarters. So for this actual report, it is those. But as Dan said, that will change with the PGG.
All right, any other questions, councillors? All right, can I get a move and a second for the report? We're receiving this one. Moved Councillor Bello, seconded Councillor Mather. Thank you. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. Thank you, officers. We're on to 11.5, councillors, which is the monthly finance report for the period ending 31 January 2022. And we have Mr Pearce and Caitlin with us as well. So welcome to the table. Caitlin, your first time, I believe.
Yes, it is. Thank you, Mayor. Councillors, today I'm presenting the monthly financial report for the month and year results for January. Our operating results are showing a surplus of 32.4 million, which is largely attributed to the commitment of rates in our financial system in January. Overall, our operating revenue is tracking ahead of expectations, particularly better than budget expectations are fees and charges and operating grants being received, as well as funds received from the sale of scrap metal. Overall, operational expenditure is within budgeted expectations. Council has 74.5 million in cash, and total borrowings are sitting at around 63 million. Now that the rates have been entered in our system, we should see the cash balance increase over the next month or so. The current forecasted capital expenditure is sitting around 53.6 million, with about 24% of the capital portfolio expended so far. But if we include committals, we're up to about 50% of the overall portfolio. as at January. Rates and charges outstanding are showing as increased on the previous month due to the rates being committed in our financial system in January and issued on the 2nd of February. If we look at the rates that are due for collection in January, just 2.7% of all rateable assessments are under management by debt collection agencies. For procurement, Council continues to procure a similar value of goods and services located within the Shire, with 26% of our total expenditure being within the Shire itself, and that equates to about 9.78 million for the year to date. In January, the contracts team awarded 2 contracts, had 3 under evaluation and 7 open in the market at month end. And councillors, we're happy to take any questions from you in regards to the report.
Thank you, through the chair, and welcome to the table. On page 60, under the operating surplus, 32.4 million, it's got 10,932%. Is that an error?
Councillor Friend, that is not an error. It's just given that it's a timing issue. So the rates have been committed into our financial system in January.
Yes.
And the only assumption I can make here, and I've spoken to Caitlin about this, is that when we budgeted has been in February for the issuance of them. So it's just it's a timing issue.
Okay, thank you.
So they have an equal amount budgeted in January as February, just because people might pay late. So it's budgeted that way.
Thank you. One question I had, if I may, and it's only a minor one, but I noticed revenue is below budget, and the commentary around that is that we are experiencing very low interest rates. But I did note that we have more cash than we anticipated, and I was just wondering whether that had any impact on our interest revenue at all. So is there available cash, I guess I'm asking, is that invested in low, very, very low daily cash rate investments, or is it?
It is, but we're always looking, like, where the best, because we've obviously with QTC and CBA, so we're always looking where our daily cash is best sitting, and at the moment we're getting the highest available rate of interest, albeit a very low interest rate at the moment.
Okay, thank you.
So I think, Mr Mayor, that actually is outlined in the report somewhere. With regard to council's current interest earning is 0.35%, with QTC and 0.6% with CBA.
Yeah, I was just wondering whether the increase, the greater amount of cash we've got at the moment was impacting on our level of interest, because we've got more cash than we budgeted for. Yeah. Right. Any other questions, councillors?
The operating, on page 61, operating grants and subsidies, there's a major variation there towards the top of the page. Negative variance. For the month, just for the month. Budgeted 170, we only got 35. Are we expecting any more than that, Dan?
So Councillor May, though, there are some notes below that. So operating grants and subsidies received throughout the year. So year-to-date grants remain favourable against budget due to timing of grants received. January variance for operating grants is due to timing differences.
Your timing, just the timing, but they might pick up as we go through a little bit further. The other one, Mr Mayor, are you able to elaborate on the matters on page 56 under current tenders? Are you able to elaborate on those today? Or do you just want to stay with the figures? Because we've got the tenders, the open tenders.
I guess it depends on what sort of elaboration you're looking for, councillor.
Yeah, yes. I mean, if we've got open tender for, say, Mount Charlton, have we got money that, if we've got tenders out there, have we got money that we can actually put towards it? Because as I understand it, that we were knocked back on our last application for funding. Have we got money there to be able to furnish this tender
perhaps that's a question we can direct to the Executive Director of Infrastructure.
Oh, Mr Mayor, I'm happy to do that one. So both the Resource Recovery Centre and Mount Charlton are subject to a report that's coming up shortly in your agenda about financing arrangements for those. I can't see from the others if there's any others that are of concern in that regard. Moving to the tenders evaluated, Stanage Bay is on your agenda today. The two others are under assessment at the moment, and at least one of those will have some involvement of councillors before that is awarded. And the ones that are awarded, below that, the details of which are in your
Well,
table.
the Stanage Bay one, I know that we've got federal money for that.
Yes, it's on your agenda today.
Yes, yes. But the Mount Charlton one, I just know that we're knocked back on our funding of that. And if you say that we've got something coming up, obviously...
Coming up in your agenda today.
Okay, we can deal with that.
Yep.
The other one, CBD CCTV. And we discussed this before in relation to, we've got some existing cameras there and we're looking at further cameras which would bring us to 140,000. And we asked the question, and I don't know if we got the proper answers, but why are we replacing the ones we've already had installed if they're still working? And I'm just wondering whether they're included in this tender.
So Councillor Mather, in response to that, there will be a report brought to the 1st of March briefing session with regard to those queries.
Okay. Well, I didn't want us to spend money that we don't have or we could divert somewhere else of importance. If we've got cameras at work, and I guess we've all asked ourselves that question, why are we putting new ones in there when they're working? Is it that they don't fit the system or something? So we need that sort of information, Dan.
The information we had in the briefing session, Councillor, was that the current cameras are old technology and that the officers, as part of this overall brief, are looking to put new technology in, but it will be part of a report that comes back to Council for Council decision as to whether it's actually going to be included as part of the budget or not. Because it is a fair chunk of money, we all know that.
Yeah.
And ultimately, it's a decision to be made at this table. But
Well,
we need that information from the tender to be able to move forward.
yes, well, that's true. And while we're putting out for tenders, we need to know how much money we've got to spend on whatever it is we're putting out for. That's what I'm saying. We need to have that. The drug and alcohol testing program, do we already employ a company to do that for us? Through you, Mr. Mayor?
Yes, we do.
So it's like, is the contract up
Yes,
that we
it
have
is.
to do it again?
That's it.
Okay, that's all right. That's all for that one, Mr. Chairman, thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Mather. Councillor Bello?
It's probably just an observation, and maybe an answer would be good too, but I would imagine it would be highly unethical to put out a tender for something you don't have the money to pay for, and it's not something that council would ever entertain. So just to sort of, I guess, state that as clearly as I can, that for those listening, that the tender would never go out unless we had the money to pay for that,
Well,
for that particular job. However we were going to determine to pay for it, that may be a point of debate, but ultimately, once the tender goes, we've got the money to pay for it. Would that be accurate to say, Mr. CEO?
Mr Mayor, I can't think of too many circumstances where there would be exceptions to that. I'm sure there have been occasions where councillors have opted to not award a tender. That might not be because of financial capacity or other things. It might be because the prices are too great, or it's change of scope, or in some cases councillors arrive at different conclusions about what a solution might be. So we all understand the resources it takes to respond to a council tender, so we will not flippantly invite tenders unless there is a genuine intent to proceed. However, I couldn't say to you categorically that has happened on all occasions and will necessarily happen on all occasions into the future, because as we know, circumstances change.
Yeah. Well, Mr. Chairman, this is through you to the CEO. This is why I asked that first question, knowing that we didn't have the money or the grant that we asked for Mount Charlton, and yet we've got an open tender here and they've been publicly advertised. Do we have the money for that?
Well, Councillor Mather, with respect, the fact that we were knocked back on a grant application doesn't mean we don't have the funds
No, I just
to
asked, do we
undertake
have
that
the
project.
funds? Do we have the funds to undertake that particular tender? Do we, Mr. CEO?
Well, I think that's.
I just need a yes or
Yeah,
no.
it's in the report, Councillor Mather, later on in the agenda. So if we can deal with it then.
Yes, all right then.
All right. So in the absence of any further questions, he says, with a rising inflection in his voice, denoting a question.
He's telling.
Okay, we'll go into debate. Can I get a mover and a seconder, please, for this report? Councillor Bello, your portfolio. Thank you.
Chair.
Righto. Seconder, please. Councillor Eastwood, thank you. Councillor Bello, do you wish to speak to the report?
No, only thank you for the report, and to the companies out there that are tendering for council business. You can do that with confidence that we certainly have the capacity to pay it. There may be other reasons why a tender may not proceed, but it certainly wouldn't be on the basis of payment, would be my understanding, and I wanted to make that clear, so thank you.
All right. Anyone speaking against the report? Anyone wish to speak for? Okay, well, we'll wrap up debate. We'll go to the vote on this one. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. Thank you to the officers. Which brings us to 11.6, the 22 quarter 2 budget review. A lot of alliteration there almost. And we have Mr. Pearce with us again.
So thank you, Mr. Mayor. With regard to this report, I believe this came to a briefing session on the 1st of February. So what we're looking for today is adoption of the Q2, 22 Q2 budget review, and recognising the changes to the financial position since the adoption of the budget on the 29th of June 2021. The intent of the second quarterly budget review is to review the planned delivery of the 21-22 Capital Works program while also incorporating the necessary adjustments to any operating budgets. So I'll take the report as being read. Just to give you a couple of bits, the financial position, so the net impact of the proposed Q2 budget review is a forecast net assets of council, which is referred to as total community equity, has increased from approximately 1.019 billion in the adopted budget to 1.027 billion in the proposed 22 Q2 revised budget. There's been no changes were made to the CPI or council cost index in the underlying assumptions. The forecast operating surface of approximately 0.297 million for 21-22 financial year will increase to a surplus of 0.44 million due to a comprehensive organisational view of all income and expenditure line items. The 22 Q2 revised capital expenditure budget is proposed to be approximately 39.892 million, with 28.211 million expected to be received in capital grants and subsidies. The flow-on impact of the 22-23 year has increased the capital budget from 41.1 million up to approximately 56.8 million. Understanding that the capital budget deliberations will commence in May. So I'm happy to take any other questions that may arise.
Councillor Friend.
Thank you, through the chair. Dan, on page 81, under the section A, and we look at those figures, but then we go down to the information at the bottom of the page under A. Adopted budget did not offset internal rates and charges against this category. Rates and changes were previously incorrectly reported under materials and services. So when so the adopted budget did not actually offset the internal rates and charges against this category. When have they now been placed into the correct category? Is it just this particular Q2, or is it?
I'd say it's just. Sorry, Councillor Friend. I'd say it is just this particular Q2 review.
And
that's been picked up.
Okay, how did that actually affect the adopted budget when we adopted it last year?
Without knowing completely, Councillor Friend, my guess would be that there's probably no effect. It's just a realignment from rates, materials and services. So
perhaps we'll take that on notice.
Yeah, we may.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
Question from me, and this is a matter of process, I guess. I just want to get clear in my own mind. In potentially adopting this particular report, are we adopting the updated or the revised capital budget as well? Because if we are, I would be more comfortable, I guess, adopting the capital budget first before this one, because this encompasses the capital works program. So it just seems to me a little bit out of sync, that's all.
That's a fair observation, Mr Mayor.
So council is happy if we defer this report and go to 11.8
So moved, Mr
and
Mayor.
then come back. Councillor moved, Councillor Mather. I'll second it. That this report be deferred to later in the meeting for consideration after 11.8. Well, I can bring 11.8 forward if you, all right. Whatever.
Sorry, so when we looked at 11.8, like, so it talks about the progress against these projects. My only question is, does it identify which ones are being removed to get down to the new figure that's identified in the Q2 budget review? Because I understand your intention is you want to have a list of what capital programs we're continuing to run for this year, and that's kind of it's not explicitly what is provided in 11.8. 11.8 provides the program of 53 million, and says we're up to of each of these projects, and identifies 2 new projects that need funding options provided for them.
I thought in the last, sorry to interrupt you, Councillor, I thought in one of the tables there it did go down to the new figure. I might stand corrected on that though.
No, I could be wrong too.
The revised aggregate for capital though will be influenced by the work that's been done around 11.8 that we're asking councillors to adopt.
In terms of those 2 projects,
The aggregate of the various capital changes.
so because it doesn't actually ask us to make any changes to the capital program in 11.8. It asks us to note the progress. It asks us to note the commentary regarding options for the Epoon Resource Centre and whether we pull 2 projects out to achieve that funding wise.
And if I understood, apologies, if I understood the Mayor's question correctly, if those things are not accepted and there's some alternate view put, that will influence the Q2 revision.
I think Councillor Hutton, I stand corrected, I can't see him.
I think we're, ironically, I think we're both right in that those 2 things will affect the long-term financial plan and the budget for Q2, but in its absence of actually providing a full capital program of saying what is the revised capital program or the changes holistically, it doesn't also achieve what the Mayor desires. So yes, it does, and it doesn't.
It doesn't, yeah. Yeah. All right. Well, I guess I'm looking for a way forward then.
Stick to the agenda and we bring that discussion forward, noting that it's considered to be of lesser value than it might be.
Well, the report 11.8, councillors, doesn't necessarily satisfy, I suppose, what I'm asking in the sense of being able to identify a new revised capital works total figure that fits into 11.6, if you understand what I'm saying. So you can't look at 11.8 and say, right, well, the bottom line there is the new figure for 11.6 in terms of total capital works program, which is problematic for me because that's what I was kind of looking for in being able to adopt 11.6.
Mr. Mayor, if you wish to proceed with item 5.8, we will get that figure for you prior to you adopting 5.6.
Well, 11.6, yep. Councillor Hutton.
So with that, will we be providing a copy of the revised capital program?
We do so, yes.
Yep, excellent.
Awesome. Right, thank you. So, okay, so we've laid this one on the table until consideration of 11.8, as I believe it. We voted on that one, didn't we? No, no. Haven't voted. Got a mover and a second, haven't voted on. Right. So we've got a mover in Councillor Mather, seconder in myself, that we lay this on the table until later in the meeting following consideration of 11.8, which still fits, Mr. CEO, in the sense that if you come back to us with that additional information, that'll be fine.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we'll expand on what's shown on page 75. We'll get that, more detail that the councillors see.
Okay. Sorry to be a pain in the one, councillors.
No, that's true. That was my concern. Raised too, because we had to monitor very closely.
Your mic's on, councillor.
Yeah.
Yes, that capital works is something we've had to monitor very closely because we've been deprived of some grants and we know the work needs to be done. So we have to find it somewhere, so something's got to drop off. Because we don't have the time to complete some of those big projects, we can use that money, but we just need to know where it's coming from and where it's going to. Just one A4 sheet with 3 columns will tell us everything we need to know. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Thanks, Councillor Mather. All right, so on that basis, councillors, we'll move on to the next item, which is 11.7. Financial guiding principles. Yeah. Oh, I beg your pardon, sorry. Yeah, no, we did not. You're correct. All in
Glad
favour?
we're all on the ball today.
Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. Over to you, Mr. Acting CFO.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So the next one is around the financial guiding principles. Again, I believe this was presented to you at the briefing session on the 1st of February. So the financial guiding principles, a decision-making document that will direct council in maintaining strong, consistent legacy of financial management and investment over the longer term. Principles provide a framework to support council in forecasting budgets, developing financial plans that in turn will achieve the vision of the community's overarching strategic vision. So I believe there's been 4 principles previously presented. I'll take the report as being read, but I'm certainly happy to try and take any questions that you may have in this respect.
Thank you. Councillors, any questions? Councillor Mather, your light's on?
Sorry.
All right.
I just have to remind myself of the colouring is all about.
No questions, councillors? This was dealt with fairly comprehensively at the briefing session, I think, so if you're happy, we'll go to the vote on this one. Moved Councillor Bello, thank you. Seconded Councillor Friend. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. 11.8. Councillors, I'm probably going to need a resolution to lay this one on the table, pending further advice from officers.
Happy to move it procedural, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
We lay this on the table.
Yeah, I was going to suggest actually if Michael was to present that, as you point out, provide that number, we'll get Dan doing some work on 11.6 while Michael does that, and then hopefully that will give you the comfort to then in turn, once you've considered 11.8, turn to 11.6 with that additional information.
Everyone comfortable with that?
Michael, if you want to come and join us and take us through the revised capital program 11.8 progress report that Michael will deliver.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I'm pleased to present this report today. This is the first time that officers have presented a quarterly update to our capital works progress, and it's always something that the councillors have been asking for, and I'd like to see this first report continue every quarter from now on, so it will provide information, updates. This one aligns with Q2, so it's I guess it's a bit more timely, I guess, that we look at it now. If there are any questions today, I'm happy to take them, but if there are also any questions or comments around how we can improve the reporting, going forward. Happy to take those on board as well. So in general terms, I'm requesting that Council receive and note the progress of the Capital Works program to the end of December, which is Q2. I've also got some commentary regarding Yeppoon Resource Recovery Centre and also the Mount Charlton Reservoir, and that should answer the questions that Councillor Mather had a few minutes ago. I might go to those, the commentary around those two projects, which is on page 108 of the report or the agenda. So Mount Charlton Reservoir, at the ordinary meeting in November, Council resolved and acknowledged that we were unsuccessful in obtaining external funds, and Council resolved to increase the project budget to 1.12 by an additional 1.125 million. And we now have an approved budget of 1.41 million for that project, which has enabled us to complete the tender documents, scope the project, and we are out to market as previously discussed. Within the report, officers are committing to spend around $650,000 in this financial year. So that will be once the tenders close and we award the contract, we would expect the contractor to start work and spend $650,000. The remaining budget in this year's program will be carried over into next year's budget, and then we need to top that up. And I've identified two projects in the preliminary budget for next year which can be deferred based on modelling, which I've listed there as Farnborough Road Sewer Rising Main and Bell Park Sewer Pump Station upgrades. So those two projects are able, based on our modelling, are able to be deferred from our draft budget next year to supplement this project. The Yeppoon Resource Recovery Centre, similarly in November, Council approved a variation of $792,000, and that allowed us to increase the budget to $3 million for this project, and we have been out to tender and we're in evaluation phase at the moment. So officers are assessing that and will be hoping to award in the next month. And the project manager has indicated that if we can award and the contractor begins work, we could spend up to $1 million in this financial year, and then the remainder to be carried over and then supplemented in next financial year. And the additional funds that we've required to award this contract, in the report we're suggesting that could be through deferring two projects in the draft budget next year, one of which is Emu Park Transfer Station upgrades and the Caves Transfer Station upgrades. I've also written in at the bottom of the summary for the Yeppoon Resource Recovery Centre that officers have been deliberating on the 22-23 capital program. As mentioned by the acting CFO minutes ago, the current capital works program for next year is around $55 million. We're reviewing that in detail because based on our previous performance and our current capacity and resourcing, we need to be realistic with a capital works budget that meets the needs of the community but is also deliverable and allows for financial sustainability. So I'm happy to take questions around those two particular projects that I've identified from previous council meetings, or I'm happy to take questions in the attachment. There's a list of all of the capital works projects in our current year. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Executive Director. Councillor Mather.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Michael. Just going back to the reservoir one, I think you can answer this one. Officers are committed to spend $650,000 in this current financial year, with the remaining budget allocated in the following year. To offset the approved budget increase of 1.1 million, officers have identified a number of projects that can be deferred. with that 650,000 that we've got to spend now this year, is that to drain the reservoir and clean it out and patch it from the inside? Is that my understanding?
Thank you, Councillor. Yes, the scope of the project, complete project scope, is to renew the existing roof, renew the existing staircase up to the roof, also drain the reservoir and patch and repair internal walls, and then make sure that it's not leaking, and it should provide us with another 25 to 30 years useful life. The 650, we believe, is a figure that once awarded, the contractor will be able to spend. Until we award the contract and we finalise the contractor's program of works, we're not sure at what stage they will choose to drain the reservoir. And that's part of the project delivery that we'll need to negotiate with them and understand the timing and the impact and so on. And that's to come later. This is really just an acknowledgement of the cash flow for the project over the 2 financial years.
Yes, because thanks for that, because they're the most critical 3 things that need to happen to give it extra life. Yeah, for sure. We don't want to have to replace it now unnecessarily. With the timing, if we've got that out now, with the timing, it really needs, winter time is the only time that you can really do that, when the demand is less on the water, the demand for the reservoir in the caves area. So if it's not this winter, it would have to be the next one. So that would have a bearing on when they start.
Thank you, Councillor. When we develop up our project plan, those logistical issues
Keep those things in mind.
that we do take into account in our
Yes.
our risk register and our project programming.
Yes, yes. Thanks, Michael. Thank you,
Thank
Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Mather, all right. Any other questions? Councillor Hutton.
Yes, thank you very much, Michael, for the report. So my first question is, so the table that's provided as attachment 1 to this report, is this the current capital program of 53 million, or is this the revised capital program of 39 million?
Thank you, Councillor. So if we have a look at the table in the attachment, if I go through, we've got a job number, asset class, a location, what type, so the description of the project, the original budget, which is say the Q1 budget, is shown there, and that's that 53 odd million dollars. And then the end of year forecast is what we, as project managers, believe we can spend on each of those projects by June 30, which will goes hand in hand with our Q2 budget report. And then the current percentage complete to the end of December, sorry. So the very first project in that list is Doonside.
Councillor Hutton.
Sorry, so can I ask a question? So the projects where we'll see an end of year expenditure that's 0, we take them to have been removed from the capital program for the year? Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and where there's a discrepancy between the budget versus the end of year forecast, that's to say that the project will be carried over with additional expenditure in the next financial year?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much, because that does provide a level of clarity that I think it was hard to determine, and I kept looking at these blue ones that were highlighted blue going, is that the one that I should be... Can I ask, recognising that your intention is to make this quarterly, that where the projects are going to be removed from the capital program, that we separate them to say, hey, that these will not be achieved this year, or maybe even look at it, doing it into 3 parts. The ones that will 100% complete, the ones that will have carryover but are going to be in progress, versus those that will be put forward to a future year. Only it just made it a bit, in terms of the line of sight that we've been talking about at recent meetings, about trying to achieve an understanding of what are we taking out, what are we putting in, it was not as easy to decipher as it could be, but I appreciate your explanation, it has helped.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Mather, question?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We may or may not want to deal with this at the moment, Mr. Mayor, but when we skipped over 11.6, we were coming back to that. I had a question stuck to that particular page that we can either deal with it now or we can deal with it when we go back to it. It was exactly what Councillor Hutton was referring to, and
we might deal with it when we go back to 11.6 if it's your questions attached to that report.
Yes, it just talks about what we had and what we have now. That's really what it is. But I'm happy for it to wait.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions, councillors? All right. So we've got the recommendation that council resolves to receive, singular, and note the progress of the capital works program to 31 December 2021 for the 2021-22 financial year. Notes the commentary regarding the funding options for the Yeppoon Resource Recovery Centre project budget increase, and notes the commentary regarding the funding option for the Mount Charlton Reservoir project budget increase.
Mr. Mayor, in accepting and fully expect that we'll accept this, should we be noting the changes to the capital program for 21-22, since this report does provide for that level of detail that I previously thought was missing because I couldn't understand it? And in regards to the two items where it's seeking for us to choose to remove these items, are we noting the commentary, or are we accepting those, the inclusion or the increase and the removal of those items?
Mr. Mayor, if I was to pick up on your earlier point and good suggestion that this matter is considered prior to, because I guess what happens is adoption of the revised budget encapsulates all of these things. So the sequencing is important, as you pointed out. We probably could refine these to make them more like adoption and acceptance and those sort of things rather than just reception, but conscious that we are coming back to 11.6 for all of the things that are outlined here, then the Q2 budget revision will capture those things in the revised aggregate capital program.
Councillor Hutton, comment?
My only query is that I can't see that in the revised budget, like it doesn't provide a capital list. So yeah, and so like even though you'll say that the figure that's the capital budget figure of 40 million or 39 whatever will reflect this, there's nothing to say that that's what we've chosen to do or the path that I just think, maybe taking some ownership by saying, hey, we accept the changes.
Perhaps for here, in addition to receiving and noting the progress and adopting the recommended revisions.
Right. So point 4, Justine.
Mr. Mayor, do you mind if I might say that the two projects that I've listed here, with the possibility of removing the projects from the 22-23 program, that's a recommendation from the officers to say those projects could be deferred due to modelling reasons. It might be prudent to not explicitly say that in this resolution, but because we're going to start deliberating on next year's program, there may be other projects there's about 250 projects in next year's program. There may be other ones that council chooses to defer, even against the officer's recommendation based on the modelling. So if we lock, those were examples that we've put forward, but if there are other projects that council chooses to defer out of the 250, they may come back in again.
Right. Yeah, good point. All right, so we've now got a 3-point recommendation again. Yeah. Just leave it as it is. Councillor Hutton, you're comfortable with that at the moment?
Just are we receiving and noting the progress, or are we receiving and noting the changes to the capital works program for this year? I accept the questions around we don't want to be pushing in and out those things for next year, but for this year's program where we do know what the changes are, should we acknowledge that and take ownership of it?
Okay, so we can change the wording on that slightly. Receive and note the progress and changes, right? Progress of and changes to. progress of and changes to the capital works program to 31 December. Mr. Executive Director, you're comfortable with that?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Can I get a mover? Councillor Friend, thank you. Seconded, Councillor Mather. Councillor Friend, did you wish to speak to the report?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd just like to say thank you to Michael and his team for undertaking these reports. At the council table, in this tenure, in the last 2 years, we've been asking for updates. Where are these projects at? Where are those projects at? What's the change in them? And I want to say thank you. You have delivered on this report. And considering this is the first time it's come to the Livingstone Council table, these type of capital works reports. And it's a step in the right direction. We're moving forward. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Friend. Anyone speaking against the report? Would anyone else like to speak for? Councillor Mather?
Thank you, Michael. I guess because we're not accountants ourselves, and we rely on officers to get the message through to us in a clear fashion that we understand. And we don't mind changes if they need to take place, as long as we know what they are, because the last thing we want to be finding is that we've made an error in judgment in approving something that not only is it not possible, it's just not right. And I'd say thank you, Michael. And I think he's been out and had a look at one of my roads on the weekend, Mr. Mayor, and he agrees with me, and I think I'm ahead at the moment.
Have you got that in writing, Councillor? Awesome. No, that's great. And thanks, Michael, for your continued engagement with the councillors on these matters. All right. Councillor Hutton.
Mr. Mayor, I will speak on it only to say that I support the intention and the desire and what we're achieving in the officer's report, but I have to be honest and say that because I didn't understand the table in its entirety, that I can't say that I actually know what the changes are to the capital works program, and so it would be false of me to vote for something that I then went, I can't believe you took out that road that I thought you were going to do. That, and so I will vote against it for now, but that's my explanation both to the community and that I'm at fault in not having understood the table, and therefore will be.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. All right, Councillor Bello.
Yeah, would there be any benefit perhaps in, whilst we've already done it, but removing the word changes and just leave it as the progress, of the capital works program, which is effectively sort of what it is? That would be perhaps a change that I would request perhaps to reflect the intent of it without provoking sort of unnecessary criticisms of the wording if it's wasn't meant to be there in the first place.
All right, thank you. Councillor Friend.
I was just going to concur with the good Councillor Bello in being the mover of this. I'm happy for that to be removed. The word changes, so progress to the capital works program. So remove those words and changes.
Yeah, with respect, councillors, there are changes that you can read and understand. I mean, you've got the budget column there, and then you've got the end of year forecast column. So there are changes in the report that you can observe and take note of with respect. So that's just my 2 cents worth on it.
Yes.
Councillor,
I agree with that, Mr. Mayor. Sorry, mover. It's true, because there are changes. Because anybody reading it, and we don't use the word changes, they'll expect that we're progressing as normal, knowing full well that we can't deliver on the report on that progress without changes. So it needs to be reflected at some stage that there have been alterations, there have been changes, and we can explain those changes. So I think in being transparent, we need to reflect that they needed to happen to be able to progress the capital works program.
Through the chair, if I may, is it too late to ask a question?
No, not at all.
Thank you. Mr. Creedeman, was there a reason why in this particular report the word changes was omitted?
think it was in my mind that this report was providing support to the CFO's report around the Q2 budget, and also that then this report would be, this is the first report that we will be then using each quarter. So the intention is to provide an update. As I said at the start when I introduced it, it's timely that it is coupled to the Q2. I was expecting that the Q2 report would be the fulsome report that Council adopts the new budget or the updated budget on, and this is supporting documentation.
Thank you.
All right. So, Councillor Friend, as the mover of this one, are you still looking to have the word "and changes" removed?
I am, Mr Mayor, on the basis that if this report is to align with the CFO and had been taken into consideration by the officers, then really, does it really need to be there at this stage? But there are changes, I agree. However, it was not noted in the original report, and I'm happy to still continue to take those words out and to back Councillor Bello.
All right. We've got a mover and... Oh, hang on a second. Process. I guess I'm asking some questions. You've got a mover and a seconder for what was there a minute ago. If we're going to change it, we can do it with the approval of the mover. Am I correct, Mr CEO? Okay, all right. So we've got progress off. All right.
Mr Mayor, I don't want to second the motion if the changes are omitted, the word changes are omitted.
All right.
I understand what the mover is getting at, but we have made changes and we need to reflect that. If anybody wants to follow the trail, they need to see where we're going.
Okay, all right. So Councillor Mather is removing herself as the seconder. Can I get a seconder for the motion as it reads at the moment then, please? Councillor Bello, thank you. All right. So Councillor Friend, did you want to speak to this report again?
No, thank you, Mr Mayor.
All right. So I'll go to the vote now, councillors. Those in favour? 2. Those against? 4. The motion is lost. And you're okay. So Councillor Mather, you're moving an alternate motion with the
original motion, which includes the word changes. That's all.
Okay, thank you. All right. So noting you had Councillor Friend and Bello in voting in favour, and Eastwood, Hutton, Island and Mather voted against. All right, so an alternate motion now, Justine. Is that Council resolves to receive and note the progress of and changes to the Capital Works program, and the rest of it's the same as the other one. All right, so Councillor Mather is moving this one. Councillor Eastwood seconding, thank you. Councillor Mather, do you wish to speak to the report? Anyone speaking against? Councillor Eastwood, did you wish to speak to the report? Okay, all good. Councillor Hutton.
I will speak for the report, Mr Mayor, only in that I've, since of the time that we've taken to progress, I've actually had a chance to go through and now see where those changes are. And I would take note to I take note to the councillors that we spend months, if not weeks, if not hours, doing a capital program and going through it. So to make changes of some $13 million without fully understanding line by line what that means, and whether that means that the road at Hartley Street pedestrian crossing is not getting done this year, or whether it means that something's going to have an extra $35,000 spent on it, because I believe that it does require councillors to have more than a passing glance, and I was acknowledging that I hadn't understood it, so therefore I couldn't, but with the time that we've now had in this discussion, I have had the chance to go there and have confidence that when we vote on the Q2 revised budget, I now understand what the consequences are in terms of our capital program, and we'll be able to support that.
Okay.
So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hutton. And councillors, I'm bearing in mind we have 12:25. Terry Law is video linking in, and we're at 12:26. So we'll just go to the vote on this one if it's okay. All those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. All right, Mr CEO, we're breaking for lunch. Procedural motion, move, breaking, all in favour? Thank you. We'll have to raise 11.6 from the table. So if you're good to go with that, we'll do that, and then go to the officers. So can I get a move and a second to raise it from the table, please? Councillor Mather. Councillor Bello, thank you. All in favour? Carried unanimously. So Councillor Mather, Councillor Bello. And back to 11.6. Welcome back to the table, Mr. Acting CFO.
So just following on after 11.8, we've had a bit of a review of the recommendation for 11.6, given that there is a small variance between the number in report 11.8 in that attachment and the number in the report in 11.6 of $12,000. So we're looking at adding a additional point to the recommendation to say that the capital works program in the attachment 21-22 capital program progress report in report 11.8 capital works progress report for the second quarter 21-22, which is $12,000 higher than that outlined in the detail of this report, noting that the minor increase will have minor consequential changes to the documents adopted above.
let Justine catch up for a second.
Through the chair, if I may ask a question,
Go for it, Councillor.
what are the minor consequential changes? What, like, as in, or what? Sorry, I'll start that again. What is the minor consequences for those changes?
So just with the councillor friend, with the attachments in there around the likes of the statement of income and expenditure, statement of cash flows, etc. There will be some minor amendments to that. So where we said before that potentially the operating surplus would go from say 297,000 to 440,000, that will amend back by the $12,000 increase in the capital program.
Nothing in terms of materiality.
Nothing in terms of materiality.
Yeah.
Visibility that councillors have.
Yes, thank you. All right, so councillors, in the absence of any questions of the acting CFO?
You may or may not understand the question because I'm not too sure whether I do now. I've just got a little tag here that says if the 50.34 million was this capital works was reduced in 21-22, why can we now raise the capital expenditure to 56.8 million? To raise it to 56.8 million from 41 million. Does that make sense to you? Or sober at the time?
I think, if I might have a crack at that one.
Absolutely.
I think what you might be getting at there, councillor, is that the budget was set at $51 million. With the carry forwards, I'm assuming, from the previous year, that's now going to go to 54 million. Is that what you were thinking, perhaps?
Yes, because if we...
We haven't dealt with that, that's right.
We haven't dealt with it.
We haven't dealt with it, no.
And that's why I'm probably questioning it, yes. Because I didn't understand it, you see?
Yeah, so we've got the carry forwards from the previous financial year now to deal with as well at some stage. So,
Yeah, I think we're all a little bit confused as to what's moving around, and we just need to understand it properly. I've got a... On page 73, I've just got to, can someone explain here? The revenue policy and the revenue statement adopted by Council on June 21 can therefore not be amended during a year and is not required to be adopted as part of any revised budget resolution. But we're not doing that, are we?
No.
No, it's okay. But lots of other little questions that I think will fall into place once we get that capital expenditure that we understand in the columns that we ask for.
All right.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Thanks, councillor. Any other questions? All right, so we've got a mover in Councillor Hutton. I'm happy to second. Councillor Hutton, did you want to speak to the report?
Only very briefly to thank the officers for undertaking this Q2 revision. By undertaking the revision, we'll see that for the monthly reporting that we receive next month will be based on these new figures, which will give us better line of sight as to the likely outcome for the budget year, as well as providing clarity to the community around what we do know is going to be able to be built or achieved in terms of the capital program. I appreciate the fact that there is significant work, and it does provide future work for councillors in terms of the budget process, which it references that we'll talk about in March when we start looking at the capital program. However, this does help both the organisation and the community understand what's going to be achieved in this financial year. Resets where those benchmarks are to make sure that we're, working to our best capacity, but also to a true outcome as opposed to the aspiration that maybe it was unachievable from the original budget, with the best of intentions, of course. So I commend it to the table and thank the officers for the time they've taken to get us to this point.
Thank you, Councillor Hutton. Anyone speaking against? Would anyone else like to speak for the report? All right, we'll wrap up debate then, councillors, and go to the vote. We've got a mover and Councillor Hutton, seconder myself, all in favour. Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. Thank you, Mr Acting CFO. Right. 11.9, Mangley Beach Access Reference Group. And before we go to the officers on this one, councillors, Councillor Bello has asked to show a brief video, which we're going to do
Justine,
now.
can you put that on computer?
Thanks, Mr Chair. If I could just comment in appreciation, I guess this has been shown that the reason for it, I hope will be self-evident in that many of us believe that Farmer Beach is a great asset, and if we're able to showcase to the rest of the world what this asset's potential is, it may certainly help us within the reference group achieve the desired outcome of that reference group. So it's really to showcase what Farmer Beach is to the broader world who wouldn't know, and even many people who have lived here all their life would not know what happens at Farmer Beach. So that's what it's about. So thank you, Mr Chair, for that opportunity.
Welcome to Farmer Beach, 17 kilometres of perfect coastline from Bangley up to Briar Bay. A scenic point offering best pricing views along the beach and out to sea. Whatever you're into, walking, swimming, fishing or surfing, there's something for everyone at Farmer Beach. So come explore with us at the Capricorn Coast.
Very nice, councillor.
Is that it?
That's it.
I'm waiting for the movie to start.
All right, so Mr CEO or Mr Lau, over to you.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Good afternoon, Council. Thank you, Mr Councillor Bello. I thought that was very good. Yeah, it really showcased it, yeah. So Council, as you're aware, this report was left on the table, and since the previous meeting, there have been some minor updates to the report and the draft terms of reference. Specifically, a clause was added to clearly help clear the purpose of the reference group, and also a snapshot of the previous resolution was included into the terms of reference as well. The other change was to the membership, of the proposed membership of the reference group, and officers took on board council's suggestion and excluded Councillor Friend, and also reduced the number of officers, so down from 3 down to 2. So officers are now seeking support from council for this project. And to support the terms of reference and membership of the Bangley Beach Access Reference Group.
Thank you, Mr Lau. Any questions, councillors? Councillor Friend?
Yes, thank you, Mr Chairman. Thanks, Tony. This is great work. Would you consider, on page 118, it talks about the involvement of different people. I notice that there is no Queensland Parks and Wildlife Service associated there, or Department of Environment. Have you considered reaching out to those people?
Yes, so Councillor, at this stage, we haven't officers haven't contacted all stakeholders. Is the intention that the reference group will be doing that? And
Yes.
so once the reference group's
I
formed,
understand.
we'll identify all the stakeholders and imagine, I'm guessing here because it'll be the reference group's decision, of course, but I imagine that the reference group will identify the stakeholders and maybe each reference group member might chair or be the spokesperson for that group, for that
Yes.
stakeholder.
Yes.
There's
Okay.
many ways to do this, I suppose, and it will be up to the reference group to decide how they wish to do it.
Sure. So just to recap, this is in relation to the terms of reference. If I'm correct, it's actually about just setting up the terms of reference for the reference group to actually contact other stakeholders and also discuss the projects once this is adopted.
Yes, Councillor. Yes.
Lovely. Thank you.
Just a question, Tony. I mean, this kind of follows on the same vein. I just would have thought that Queensland Parks and Wildlife Service particularly, who actually have control over a very large proportion of that beach, probably should be on the, or at least invited to be on the reference groups, up to them whether they choose to or not, because they are such a large stakeholder. So I don't know whether they could be added or at least if that could be changed. I just think that we would be omitting them could be quite dangerous, I would have thought.
That can be added, Councillor Richmond.
Yes, Councillor. Yeah, that's the intention. In that Council, you can pass a resolution to support the reference group, and in the resolution you can nominate anyone else you want to include in the membership.
Councillor Bello, you had some other parties that you were thinking of?
Yeah, there was, and I guess it's encouraging to hear that. I think it's important also that we have this conversation now, given that council is actually endorsing, this reference group, and so we want to get it as right as we can. Notwithstanding, there'll be a future opportunity for that reference group to, I guess, to take on board other members or other other people to be involved in that. But given that the Bengali, and I guess with the indulgence of the other councillors, I would have liked to have put forward a person that was to be nominated or endorsed by the CQ Bragg group, which is, I think it's the Central Queensland Voting Registration Action Group, who have been very vocal here for quite a long time in rightly pointing out that our marine infrastructure really could be a lot better than what it is. We're grateful for what we got, but it certainly could be a lot better than what it is. And given that the Bengali access, primarily over the years was for launching and retrieving boats, that was the purpose of it. To have someone on that group, I think it's really respectful of what the reference group will be considering. And so someone that was endorsed by the CQ Bragg or representative from CQ Bragg to be included on the reference group, I think would be very beneficial. So that would be my only request for change here today, if at all possible.
So, councillors, are you happy if we keep the current resolution but add with the inclusion of Queensland Parks and Wildlife and a representative from Bragg?
Yes. Mr. Mayor, I don't have any objection to that. I think it's important. Certainly the national parks, Queensland Parks and Wildlife, they have an authority in their own right. They have legislation at their disposal in their own right, if necessary. I would question, if the bigger the group, and it's good to have people's input, but I think the bigger the group, sometimes you can get off track a little bit because everybody's got their own little way of wanting things. I'm looking at, when you're looking at wider community residents, how wide? If it's affecting the people there and they've got primary input to start with, but wider community residents, I wonder about that. It's open. And the other one too, tourism groups. The tourisms will flow on from what's achieved by all the other members of the group. I just don't know why we'd have a tourism group on there. because it is a tourist attraction. But once all these people come together with their ideas and there's a resolution moving forward, the tourism will benefit. They'll be the beneficiaries.
Well, I think in a sense, Councillor, you probably answered your own question in the sense that Bangalore, Farnborough Beach, I should say, Farnborough Beach is a tourist attraction in its own right. And I think the inclusion as suggested by the officers of someone from the tourism body is worthwhile. Not disrespecting your point and your opinion, but I think that was why they've originally suggested somebody from tourism be on there. And the wider group, I guess it all depends. I mean, it'll be up to, I'm assuming, Councillor Bello, Councillor Eastwood, it'll be up to the membership itself to determine how wide that net is cast in terms of who's going to be on the committee, and that will be controlled, I guess, by the members currently nominated.
That's right, Mr. Mayor. Maybe if we could just even somehow with a resolution have it so that it can encompass a more broad scope, because I mean there's people on there like that have there's other people like the CQ board riders that have a fairly big stake in that area, and so we don't really want to make anyone miss out. And some of these groups mightn't choose to be on it, but we should leave it open so that they can.
I'm happy to move that, Mr. Chair, in the absence of any further
in its current form
amendments, or just with those inclusions of
those two there. So you've got the council resolves to endorse the draft terms of reference and supports the composition of the Bangalore Beach Access Reference Group with the inclusion of the Queensland Parks and Wildlife Service.
I'm happy to give it a crack at that, Mr. Chair.
Okay, and a representative of Central Queensland Boat Registration Action Group, CQ Bragg. Right, so, and to encompass your point, Councillor Reeswood, I think that as two people on the group itself, you'll be no doubt advocating for the inclusion of whoever you deem worthy to be on that particular group.
Yep. So, would that be better off being put into the resolution, or?
I think it's captured under business owner, sporting club, environmental group.
Yeah, it's under there. I think it's broad enough, Councillor, but you can probably just manage it internally within the group. Right, so we've got a mover in Councillor Bello. Can I get a seconder, please? Councillor Eastwood, thank you. Councillor Bello, do you wish to speak to the report?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to Tony for persevering through this period, and also thank you to the community out there that have persevered with, a real conundrum of how does council and how does the community manage Farnborough Beach and the access onto Farnborough Beach, which historically was many, many decades ago, and the town looked very, very different to what it does today. I do apologise in advance to the community of Bangalore that so much wanted us to endorse this reference group a month ago, and I thank you for your emails where many of you said that a whole range of different statements that council was deferring this or putting this off because they don't really value it. Look, I can understand that you've formed those opinions over a long time. This council, though, is determined to try and not just kick this can down the road, and that is no reflection on previous councils that have tried their hardest, I believe. But we've got, I guess, renewed passion and vigour, and I think most importantly, the changes in the community with the growth that we're experiencing really warrant us to look at this once again with fresh eyes, with fresh people involved, and to try and truly find a solution to what has proven to be a very, very difficult problem. So I hope that this reference group, whoever's involved in it, will approach it with a problem-solving attitude, and to bring their best intentions to that group to try and advance what has previously been stated by council, which is to pursue additional or alternate northern accesses onto Farnborough Beach that will hopefully reduce the impact on the Bengalee community and open up the Farnborough Beach recreational possibilities to the broader community in a way that we can still manage that impact environmentally, which is obviously very important, and in a responsible manner. So I welcome the advancement of this to the point where we are to today and look forward to what comes from it. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Bello. Anyone speaking against? Councillor Eastwood, are you speaking for?
Yes, Mr Mayor, I'll speak for, and look, I think we're very lucky to have such a great location, and that little video just showed a brief glimpse of the beauty of our Farnborough Beach and the natural asset that we have there. And it's very important now that we are able to look after that asset and look after the people that live near that asset. So this is a step forward, and it's a step closer than we were this time last year. And let's just put our best step forward, and we'll work towards some solutions to the many problems that we have in relation to that, including the environmental, the homeowners, the full drive abuse, and I'm sure with the right amount of people involved, we're going to come to some solutions that we can put forward to this council to make some changes.
Thank you, Councillor Eastwood. Councillor Friend, can I prevail upon you, in addition to any other comments you'd like to make, just to update perhaps the councillors and the community about the CCTV cameras as well?
Thank you. Yes, I was going to say that, so I'll speak for that along with the CCTV cameras. So this issue has been going on for 2 decades. This particular tenure of council, we're all trying to work together, both officers and councillors at this table, to make a difference, to find a way forward, because the increase in the vehicular movement on the beach is just absolutely getting so much that it's causing damage to the dunes, it's causing damage to the environment, the ecosystem, and also to the residents. So what's happened is our local law officers are also working in the community's favour. When you enter Farnborough Beach, you're not to turn right. And the reason why traffic can't actually turn right is because this is a designated bathing area. You've got families, you've got children, you've got grandchildren, all swimming in this area, playing on the beach, playing games, ball, whatever. You've also got a conservation aspect as well, because there are turtle nestings, there's migratory birds, the eastern curlew, the redneck stint, and these are migratory birds that come all the way from Siberia, and they also nest and breed on this area of the beach. We've been asking kindly, there's been signage there for so long, please don't turn right. So our local law officers have installed some CCTV cameras, and they installed them about a month ago. Within that month, they've found 13 people turning right along Farnborough Beach. At this time, council really do want to work with the community. So we're warning those people at this time, but from the 1st of March, there will be fines issued, and they will be $275, which will hurt those people in the hip pocket. So we ask that you do the right thing by the people using the beach, by the environment, and not turn right. And this is what's happening. So I really am all for this reference group. It proves that this council is listening to both the residents of Bengalee and the wider community at large, and that we actually do care and we want to find a solution to this problem. And I commend the officers in each department, Tony, your department, our local law department, and everyone working together to find a solution to this problem. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Friend. Well, we'll wrap up debate, councillors. Got a mover, Councillor Bello, seconded Councillor Eastwood. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. 11:10, which is the Matthew Flinders Drive pedestrian crossing. Mr. Lau, over to you again. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, council, this Matthew Flinders Drive, I'm sure you're all aware of the what's happened in the past. There was a zebra crossing installed, then was removed, and installed and removed. And so officers are now proposing to reinstall a zebra crossing as an interim measure to facilitate the current construction works and the future road construction works as well. And so, long story short, there's been changes of the guidelines, changes in the way TMR, main roads are doing things, and how they recommend council or local governments to operate as well when assessing these sort of matters. And so the officers carried out the assessment under the new guidelines, and I guess the main, it is still preferred that a pedestrian refuge be installed. However, because of the current situation where council is constructing Matthew Flinders Drive Stage 2, and then there's future works planned, and we're having trouble transitioning from the construction works back down to the existing for a short length, and also putting in pedestrian refuges, you need wider space, and so the traffic lanes don't actually match up, and so it is quite difficult for the engineers and designers to make it work. A zebra crossing will make it work. It is easy to make it work, and so it's a lot less cost as well, and it is an acceptable and a solution overall, but it is the preferred solution now as an interim treatment. So officers are seeking support from council to reinstate the zebra crossing.
I'll be happy to move that, Mr. Mayor.
I take it there's not going to be a lot of debate about it. Any questions of the officers before we go to debate, councillors? All right. So we've got a mover in Councillor Eastwood, a seconder in Councillor Bello. Councillor Eastwood, do you wish to speak to the report?
Just quickly, Mr. Mayor, but we seem to have gone around circles, and we've gone a long, long way just to get back to throwing some paint on the road. And I'm glad we've come to this, and I'm glad that we're going to, again, after having two zebra crossings over the years taken away, again, we're going to again have a nice safe place where particularly children and the lesser firms can actually cross the road safely. Didn't have my button down.
Thank you, Councillor Eastwood. Anyone speaking against? Anyone else like to speak for?
Just to say, Mr. Chair, that the community, I feel, will be absolutely ecstatic that there is going to be some improved safety within that very, very busy little area there. So I'm glad to see that come about. Thank you.
Yeah, I concur, Councillor. Living not far from there, I think my dog has aged many years trying to cross that road with me at times. Councillor
I'm
Mather.
just so pleased, Mr. Mayor, that Councillor Eastwood has taken an interest in roads. Because I've probably got a proposition to put to him a little bit later down the track, Mr. Mayor. I'm just so pleased.
Not going to touch that with a barge pole, Councillor. All right, we've got a mover in Councillor Eastwood, a seconder in Councillor Bello. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. Thank you, Tony. 1111, which is the electronic waste vouchers. And I think it's over to Mr. Deacon. Welcome to the table, Nigel.
Thank you. So councillors had a briefing on this. This is a proposal to introduce electronic waste vouchers via our waste app, which is already in use by a number of residents. It, I guess, follows on from the adoption of the waste policy, which was done in December 21. We're saying that in total we give out $1.94 million worth of vouchers a year based on the $10 per voucher assumption. We've actually now got some information to update that assumption. So Council raised, I think at the last meeting and previously, was the $10 per voucher still valid, given that they're now used for green waste in addition to being used for general domestic waste. And so the numbers we've got show that so far this year, we've redeemed a cash value of about $356,000 worth of vouchers. That's 27,000 vouchers in total. And so the net or average cash value of a voucher that's been redeemed so far this year is $13.17. So it pushes up those previous assumptions a little bit from the 1.94 million we'd assumed. The estimated usage this year, as I say, based on only 4 months' data. The estimated, value based on that 4 months' data, we're now saying that we'll probably see about $977,000 worth of vouchers redeemed by the end of the year, which is a significant sum. Previously, we didn't have a policy, and we also were somewhat open on people who had either lost vouchers or didn't receive them in the post. The electronic app will enable us to see when vouchers have been used or not. And so it should address that issue and give us some accountability on how we discharge these vouchers and replace them, whether or not they've been lost, because we'll be able to track that through the system. Capital cost of implementing the system is going to be about $35,000. That's still to be confirmed, but we're working with the app developer at the moment. There is a breakdown of the vouchers that had been used up until that first 4 month period. I should note that the reason why it's a 4 month period up to 31st of January is the fact that the new vouchers only take effect from the 1st of September every year, because we continue to redeem the previous year's vouchers up until the end of August each year. Hence, 4 months data available. I think those are the main points that I'd like to cover. Just obviously, I think there's a significant advantage to council in having this traceability for the vouchers. We can find out where they've been used. Even in the 4 months that we've tracked, we can see that the cost to council has gone up significantly, and we're aware that there's some looming capital expenditures in the waste area, including the state government levy, which are going to impact council's costs in disposing of ratepayers' wastes.
Thank you, Mr. Deacon. Can I ask a very quick question? I'm assuming this Livingstone won't be the first to develop this sort of app. If not, I mean, what's been the experience in other councils that have used it?
Yes, so the app has been rolled out by a number of councils. I haven't got the exact numbers, but at least 30 or 40 councils around Australia have rolled out the app. Not the majority of those don't give out free waste vouchers, but certainly there have been a number that do, and we're hoping to learn from their lessons to make sure that we can roll out fairly smoothly. One of the biggest lessons perhaps was the fact that the state of the rates database and the way we provide that information through to the app developer is critical in terms of ensuring a smooth rollout. I'm not aware of any in Queensland have rolled out the electronic vouchers, but they've certainly worked with a number of New South Wales councils and Victorian councils. It seems a very good system. We've spoken to a couple of those councils. We've spoken to Bega. They've rolled it out. They said that the data was their biggest problem, but generally they've been very happy with it. We've got a couple of decisions to make about the specifics to our data and how we roll it out in our council, but again, we'll be leveraging off that past experience.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Friend.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a question. So just for the sake of those watching on live stream and for the table, people can opt out and still receive their hard copy vouchers if they are not too tech savvy. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. Can you push?
Oh, yeah, you're right. You're right. The first one. Yeah.
What was that? Sorry. Yes. So typically we'd like people to be able to use them via their phone, and we give them some statistics about the number of people that have got mobile phones and can use them that way, which is the simplest way. If they can't, then they can log into our website and they'll be able to actually download and print out a hard copy of the voucher. And if they don't have access to those things at home, then they can simply come into council's customer service and just request that the vouchers be printed out in paper form, and they'll be accepted just the same way at the transfer stations or at the landfill.
Lovely. So it really caters for both tech-savvy people and those that aren't so.
Exactly.
Thank you.
Councillor
Thanks,
Mather?
Mr. Mayor. We've got to spend $35,000 to be able to get this technology. Is that right, Nigel?
That's correct, yeah.
Okay. Who else has got it?
Sorry, from memory, Baker certainly have got it. Baker have got it. Bathurst have got it. There is I can provide a list separately.
Yeah, that's okay.
Snowy Valleys have got it.
Somebody locally in Queensland?
No, not aware of any in Queensland. But that's because the levies on waste disposal in New South Wales and Victoria have been there for a lot longer than ours have, and they're higher than ours have, which is why we still get that problem with waste transference across the border from New South Wales into South East Queensland. I think the last estimate was about 1 million tonnes per year are shifted across the border simply to save levy.
Yeah, yes. I don't know if I missed the question before, if there was one before. Do we know what councils are successful in their voucher distributions or their processing? Have we got anybody that we can use as a model to say, that works successfully, why can't we model on that?
Yeah, I think, certainly the experience at Bega, other than the fact that they had problems cleansing their data out of the rates database, has been very good. They're very positive about it and they intend to continue using it.
So not that particular, not the electronic one.
Yeah, the electronic
one.
And
I'm talking about the way we do it now. Is there a way that we could do it with the vouchers that go into the rate notices?
I think
whether they do or whether they don't, or how we distribute, or how we use them, or how we collect them. Is there anybody who uses a voucher, hard copy voucher system that works that we could model on? Is there anybody out there?
I guess, people that use hard copy vouchers have the same issue that we do, is that they have to, download the information from their database, then send it off to a printer, and the printer would typically, actually print out the vouchers in hard copy format and then use the rates database to address all the envelopes and then post them out. But that comes at a significant cost, which is an annual ongoing cost to council. So every council's got that same problem, regardless of whether they do it in-house or send it to a printer who provides the posting service.
I'm just wondering if anybody in Queensland's come up with a formula that works.
I think, the other councils that have come up with a formula have perhaps got rid of waste vouchers completely.
That's part and parcel of an answer. No, that's fair enough. That's fair enough.
I have another question. Thank you. I just want to make sure that I have the information correct. So it costs the initial $35,000. However, over 2 years, it should pay itself back because there will be a saving of $14,000 from the printing, etc. And in addition to that, am I correct in saying that because of the new Gatehouse Services contract, we are now gaining 100% of the metal recycling, or the metal that we're selling from the landfill, and that is a number of hundreds of thousands of dollars of profit to council, which will also offset the initial costs of this. Is that right?
Yeah, that's absolutely right. So we're saying that this year we're on target at the moment to achieve around 600,000 revenue from scrap metal sales, whereas that compares with something like 150,000 in the previous financial year. So, that's why we're saying this doesn't need additional capital funding from council, because we can use some of that revenue, assuming we can get permission from finance to transfer it from revenue into this capital project. On the other question, then yes, we can demonstrate that there's an annual saving of about 14,000 in terms of direct printing and posting costs, and then there's additional internal processing costs that we can't quantify, which make up that difference between 2 times 14,000 and the 35,000 that we expect to recuperate over the 2 years.
Thank you. I'll move this, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, just one question. Actually, no question.
Okay.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor. My only request is that we consider separating the motion into two, to take part 1 and 2 together and make dot point number 3 its own separate motion.
Okay. Any objection to that? Councillor Hutton is requesting that, hang on, I've got the right report. Yeah. Requesting, I've got a point 3 on mine.
Yeah, it makes point 3 into a separate motion is what I've just asked.
Yeah, no, but there's, oh, I see up there, right, okay, it's not up there. Sorry. No. I'm with you.
So
Yeah, okay. There was a point 3.
Point 3 on your one. We've got a point 3 on the agenda.
Yeah. That's what was confusing me. I thought Justine was way ahead of us, yeah.
Gosh, how did you even know?
Really quick. Yeah. So the proposal is we adopt that, which was unintentionally up there, but, and then the third adopts separately point 3 on the agendas on your screens, approves the making permanent of position of waste. Well, the English isn't great there, but anyway, waste support officer. So, Councillor Friend, you're happy to move that component at this stage?
Yes, thank you. I'll move both if I may.
Yep. Can I get a seconder for this one, please? Points 1 and 2. Councillor Eastwood, you seconding? We'll split the point 3 separately, yeah. That's the additional staff member, yeah. All right, so we've got a mover, Councillor Friend, seconder, Councillor Eastwood. Councillor Friend, did you wish to speak to the report?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Livingstone Shire are moving with the times. I've been contacted by numerous people who are passionate about savings who cannot understand why they receive paper vouchers still when they have opted to receive their rates electronically. We currently have the tools and the capability to implement these vouchers electronically. The WasteWise free app, not only will this benefit waste recovery education, it will benefit council financially also. Benefits include a saving each year for 2 years of $14,000, well, each year, and the initial outlay will pay for itself in 2 years. Further benefits include the keeping of waste vouchers so that our ratepayers will find value, and the specific data obtained will ensure that council may manage Livingstone's recoverables and optimise the recycling, reuse and reduce hierarchy for future sustainability of our council. Due to the well-considered contract for the gatehouse services, council are now receiving a greater return in revenue for scrap metal, which will offset any initial costs for implementing this electronic vouchers. For those wishing to retain paper copies, as we've said just now, they may print out their vouchers, and these will be honoured. So this is a win-win situation, and I thoroughly commend it to the table. And on that note, just to confirm that in December, we passed a waste voucher policy. I would like to confirm with the community that dwellings, rural dwellings, units and other premises that currently receive their vouchers will continue to receive their vouchers. The only ones that are not receiving them at this moment in time is primary producers. So, and that will be debated later. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Friend. Anyone speaking against? Would anyone else like to speak for? Councillor Eastwood.
Oh yes, Mr. Mayor, it's a total no-brainer really. It's better for the environment, it's better for cost, and it's better for the efficiency. So yeah, I have to stand behind this one. And also it's even better for me because I won't lose my vouchers anymore.
Yes, we all have our phones with us most of the time, don't we? Councillor Hutton.
Yeah, I just want to take a moment to speak in favour of this. I think that it is both an efficiency exercise, but also it's walking the walk of which we talk. which is a wonderful outcome for our team to have. And I think that in bridging that digital divide between the haves and the have-nots, of those with great technology versus those with much older phones, the capacity to access them digitally is there. And one would hope that should Grandma May not only not have the capacity but also not necessarily have the desire to come into customer service to seek her vouchers, that we may, if necessary, when she rings up and asks, post them out to her, knowing that a one-off postage to a lady wanting to have access to her share is an acceptable outcome. So I commend the officers for the work in this space, knowing that this is a step, as Councillor Friend said, into a brave new world, but one that many have trodden before, as we've heard from the officer, and one that makes our council move forward.
Thank you, Councillor Hutton. Anyone else wish to make a comment on this recommendation before we go to the vote? All right, we'll close debate. We've got a mover in Councillor Friend, seconder in Councillor Eastwood. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. So we've got the second recommendation here, councillors, is that Council approves the Waste Support Officer position as a permanent position. Currently it is temporary, but in order to accommodate the additional work in relation to the electronic voucher systems, it's anticipated that that position should become permanent. At the moment, we have a 2-year contract, as I understand it, so there's no, well, up until the expiry of the current 2-year contract, there's no additional cost to council anyway, if you know what I'm trying to say. So ultimately, it'll be a longer term financial commitment. Councillor Friend is moving. Can I get a seconder, please, Councillor Friend, before I invite you to speak?
I was going to ask a question.
You got a question? Oh, I beg your pardon.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. My question to Mr. Deakin is, could you tell us a little about the staffing in Livingstone Shire in the waste sector, and compare it to, say, another council? Do we have an education officer? How many staff do we have? And why do we particularly need to have this permanent staff member?
Thanks, Councillor. Yeah, so I mean, we've got a waste business that is running a number of contractors. Obviously, the curbside contract is particularly big for domestic waste and for recycling. There's 1 million bin collections a year. So there's a constant ongoing battle to make sure that everyone could get their bin picked up correctly, and we've got the cameras on board and we can track back and work out whether a bin got missed or whether it was deliberately left behind because it was contaminated or whatever. So that in itself is a significant effort. Then we've got a huge number of recycling contracts, things like sustainably recycling solar panels, tyres, e-waste. We've talked about metals, mixed metals. There's also batteries, fire extinguishers, gas cylinders, and there's probably several others I've forgotten. So these all require separate contractual arrangements. For instance, the metals we tender on a quarterly basis to make sure we get the best price from the market at the time. And in that $7 million business, we've currently got 2 full-time employees. The one is largely the office role, managing those contractual relationships with all the people that contribute to our waste and recycling, and the other is pretty much a full-time role on site, managing the in total 10 transfer stations and the Yeppoon landfill contract itself. So we have got the temporary waste officer role, which is it's a 2-year engagement, but clearly the range of that role performs at the moment are already significant. This is just something that we're going to tag on to those responsibilities. There should be some freeing up of resource in the rates area, thanks to the fact that currently they're the team that arranges to download the database and send it out and contract with the printer to get those vouchers issued on an annual basis. So there will be some saving of resource there, but obviously some impost of resource that will be put onto this very small waste team.
Thank you.
Right. Councillor Hutton.
Yeah, my question is to the CEO, just in regards to the process here. Is it to be our expected practice that we're going to look at individual positions at council in an individual fashion in terms of organisational structure and the appointment of permanencies?
Mr Mayor, that's not my preference or intention. However, under the current arrangements, the council does have a resolution that provides a full-time equivalent cap to the organisation, and therefore we have a variety of temporary and other contractual arrangements to supplement the workforce since 2018. That's not an ideal way of running an organisation, but until I can get the cap reversed or removed, creating new positions does require a resolution of the council, not my preferred method of managing the organisation.
Any other questions, councillors? All right. Councillor Mather.
The Chairman, I've just seen so many staff shed over the last 10 years, and I'm always cautious about who we put on and why. Can we rearrange things to fill the gaps that we seem to have? I'm just cautious, Mr. Chairman.
Is there a question here, councillor? Sorry.
Just an observation, Mr. Mayor.
Well, we're not in debate yet, councillor.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Move to councillor Friend. Can I get a seconder, please? I'm happy to second. I'm happy to second. All right. Councillor Friend, did you wish to speak to the report?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think this is a move in the right direction once again, using those words again. There's 2 staff in the Waste Department in Livingstone Shire Council handling $7 million worth of contracts and trying to manage through that. This extra person will certainly benefit our recovery sector because this particular sector is going to just grow exponentially in the future. With new people moving to our area, with more waste and recycling happening. So we do need this extra staff member. So I think that this is a great thing. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, councillor Friend. Anyone speaking against? Councillor Hutton.
I will, in terms of explaining the fact that I will be voting against this motion, I've not in the 7 or 8 years that we've been on council ever been in a position where we've been asked to appoint someone other than an executive director or the CEO, and find myself questioning whether in dealing with these things in an individualistic one-on-one basis where there would ever be a position that would not be accepted. I can imagine that local laws would be able to make a compelling argument as to why they would appreciate an extra set of hands dealing with the amount of things that are in that space. I can imagine that considering the migration to our community, that our cultural development, multicultural organisations or community could ask that we have a cultural and linguistically diverse officer join our communities team. I imagine that in the environmental space that they would enjoy additional staff now, while we have supported in the past through resolution applying for grants to support Cat C or Cat D applications that have employed project officers to individual projects. I've never been in a situation where I've been asked to put a permanent position individually up and market, and I find myself in a place where I'm not comfortable to do so, recognising that it's a practice that's unusual to me, and I find myself questioning, well, what's the impact on the wage bill of council, which is not addressed? What's the impact on many other things? I'm not sure, and therefore, if in doubt, say no.
Would anyone else like to speak for the recommendation? All right. I'm happy to wrap up debate, councillors. Got a mover and councillor Friend, seconder and myself. All in favour? Those against? Motion is lost. Okay. 11:12. Thank you, Mr. Deacon. Livability and Wellbeing Portfolio Management Report. Mr. Executive Director.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillors, this is the quarterly report for the second quarter of this financial year, so ending December 31st, 2021 for livability and wellbeing. I shall not sit here and bore you with endless numbers within the report. I'll assume you've read that. What I will do is highlight a few features. As you can see from the statistics in there, the development in the area continues at a rather high pace. So development assessment, building, plumbing and drainage works are still going at a rate which is far exceeding probably the last 5 to 6 years historical data. The other thing to point out is there has been some change in the way that we have actually collated the statistics around the community area. We have not had a sudden spike in social issues with children in particular. We've just had to change our reporting numbers so that they reflect what the state actually wishes to see from us when it comes to the funding arrangements. So as a consequence of that, it's not necessarily a person presenting who wishes to have some counselling or some guidance in a direction. It can be the programs that we run on the school holidays count as people interacting in our services. So it's a bit unusual. I did a double take and a triple take when I questioned that, but that's the way the state wishes us to report the statistics, so that's the way we shall report them. So I said it's not a sudden spike in social crises across the Shire councillors, it's purely just an adjustment to the way we report these things. So on that note, are there any questions?
Councillor Mather.
I think the good councillor beat me to the punch.
Councillor Friend.
Thank you. I just a couple really, and they're basic ones. Just looking through the report. Thank you, Mr. Bacon. Animal and stock. So we've got the 56% of proportion of impounded animals. Does Livingstone currently have a stock control officer?
We do not have a stock control officer who's an employee. We have that through contract.
Okay. All right. Thank you. And on page 145, it states that there were 2,904 plants. Were they all propagated at the nursery? And is this figure only for the 6-month period?
That figure is only for that quarter.
Quarter, 3-month period.
3-month period. And as far as I'm aware, they've all been propagated through the nursery.
Okay, lovely. That's all.
Any other questions? Councillor Mather.
Yes, thank you. Just to follow on the stock control officer, Brett, I know we had one officer then, he's left after many years of good service. Did we replace him? I know he was on contract.
Yes, so that was a contractor for us. So he retired after, yes, decades of quality service, and we have replaced him with another contractor.
There was somebody who's taken his place.
Yes.
I knew there was somebody in the wings, but whether they actually took the job or not, I wasn't sure. The other one I was going to ask, when you go back to the first page, the activity statistics, we're talking about abandoned cars and all the rest of it, and inquiries, emails sent and all that. Why don't you include the councillors' contribution in that, so it would give you a better reflection on what we're doing as well?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
Or emails that we get, inquiries we have from customers that we refer on, because they're sort of omitted from this.
Yeah.
I don't know if anybody else receives them, but I'm sure some of us do.
They're only those emails, sorry, Councillor Maker, the ones that have come to our inquiries one, just to the general one. The ones from going outside of the organisation, I would imagine, would include anyone with the Livingstone address, which would be yourself. But the incoming ones, they're only to our inquiries inbox. They're not to individual or personal ones.
So if we receive a call from a customer,
yes,
and it doesn't go through you, it comes through us, and we refer them on to administration.
By telephone calls.
Or emails.
Or emails,
we put in emails, we just refer on, forward.
Yes.
They're not recorded.
No, well, not unless you record them personally yourself. So the telephone calls are the ones through our prime 13500 number. But if your executive support staff were to create a customer request, they are 100% included in that figure. So the email and the incoming call, 100% isn't captured, but if the customer request was created, it would be included in that figure. I don't know whether through IT there's a way to capture or report upon calls to your individual phones.
Yeah, well, I was asking this because if the state's looking for stats.
So No, the state's looking for stats around the funding programs. So that's
Funding?
around the funding programs. So
Okay.
that's around the community centre, our youth services, those
Yep.
programs, strengthening family
Services.
connections. So that's the funding that the state's interested in, not in the other general statistics.
We'll still deal with them.
Yeah, by and large, councillor, if somebody does contact you and then you advise them to contact council, if they ring
That
through
will
the
be
call centre,
recorded.
that gets picked up. So it won't show us 2 calls, it'll just show us that 1 call, or if they approach us through the inquiries email address, that gets picked up again that way.
I really, very rarely send them through to the 1300 number because people feel they've been shafted. Even though you look after them well, I usually refer them off myself. Yeah. Thanks, Trish. He's wicked.
Mr Executive Director, just a couple of questions around, I guess, how busy we are in terms of development applications and rate searches. The statistics listed there, how do they compare with, say, the previous 12 months and the previous 24 months? We're noting a significant increase?
It's about the same for the last 12 months, Mr Mayor, and it is a significant increase on what our average was for probably the best part of 6 to 8 years prior to that.
Right.
So it had been steady, but not a lot, and then it's just spiked. It hasn't actually been a gradual build-up, it just pretty much happened overnight.
2 years ago, essentially.
It would have been, yes, 2020, yeah, in that time.
Thank you. All right, any other questions, councillors? Okay. Well, can I get a mover and a seconder to go into debate? Move Councillor Friend, seconded Councillor Mather. Councillor Friend, did you wish to speak to the report?
Thank you, Mr Chairman. Ever so briefly, just to thank Mr Bacon and the whole team under this particular portfolio for all the work that they do. And when these reports are brought back to the council table, the whole community can see the diverse areas and what actually council does in so many different areas. And it's really important for the community to understand that council really are a part of the community. We are there for them, and it helps people learn. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Friend. Anyone speaking against?
Not against, Mr Mayor, but I think it's probably not a bad idea because Rocky used to do it, to take a record of all the councillors who've actually received calls or made calls. Because actually it tickled a few of them up just quietly.
All right, we'll take that on notice, Councillor Mather. All right, anyone else wish to speak to the report in favour? Can we wrap up debate, councillors? All right, so we're going to move a Councillor Friend, seconded Councillor Mather. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. 11:13. Thank you, Mr Executive Director, for that report. 11:13. Revised terms of reference for the placemaking reference group. Welcome to the table, Ms. Barber.
Thank you, councillors. The placemaking reference group was established in 2018 as part of community input into placemaking initiatives across the region. It hasn't been updated since that time, and at the start of this year we actually called for more expressions of interest for community members for the placemaking reference group. Out of that expression of interest in January we received 8 inquiries, and we have 5 existing members. There used to be 8. So rather than, and the level of inquiries was very high from community interest, and we've also had a lot of interest from councillors to also be involved in placemaking initiatives, and previously it was limited to the mayor, deputy mayor and the portfolio holder for a portfolio that was for youth and arts. It doesn't exist anymore, so we felt it was timely to update the terms of reference, and really the only changes to the terms of reference to enable all of councillors to be involved in the placemaking reference group if they so desire, and also to allow for, we're not limiting the numbers of community members, so the 8 new people that would like to be part of the placemaking reference group now can be part of it, so we would end up having 13 community members on there. And that just allows for fluidity. If some people leave or don't want to be involved, we're not restricting it. So that's really the only change. And we're just asking that council endorse those changes that are reflected in the current terms of reference.
All right, thank you, Ms. Barber. Any questions, councillors? Fairly straightforward, I think. Councillor Hutton?
Is there any risk in regards to the capacity to hold a meeting with a fluid number of attendees? Recognising even today we've got an officer who's counting how many people come in and out of the room. Should all councillors turn up and the 8+5 members of the community, we would have to tell them to all go stand outside or pick which ones would like to come out. Or alternatively, we could go to Town Hall.
Yeah. In the current circumstances, Councillor Hutton, it is intended that the first meeting, which will be held in early March, will be via Teams, as it is, which may prove a little hard to coordinate to match everyone's calendars, and we are aware of that. But we had such a high quality of enthusiastic people that wanted to join the placemaking reference group. We felt that it was definitely worthwhile in allowing them to have a voice in these matters.
I guess, councillors, just to give some idea without mentioning their names, the people who have expressed interest include artists who is doing local installations or has been involved in local installations, doesn't do them anymore, building design, an artist graphic designer, an urban designer, a civil engineer, a sustainable home design, events volunteer, community advocate, another urban designer, and another person who's arts education for children. So you combine that with the existing group, which includes a landscaper, a graphic artist, an artist from Emu Park Gallery, Keppel Coast Arts, and another architect. There's some fairly good community intellect in there and talent in there that we really should do everything we can to harness.
Question there. Perhaps my observations are not so much of the need for all councillors to be on it, but perhaps to be able to capture what comes from the group in a way that councillors could be better included at a certain time. To sort of report on this is what the group's done. So I'm probably not offering much help other than if there's going to be 13 plus all of the councillors there. I'd hope those people would feel it's free and liberal to do what they do best and provide input without maybe 8 or 6 councillors sort of looking over their shoulders. Not saying you would, but so I'm probably just trying to tease out, is this necessarily a better format, or are we just maybe going perhaps up a rabbit hole that we may look back and think, which, hey, that didn't work so well. I know until you get there you don't really know, but...
No, that's actually a very good question, councillor. What we're looking to do is try to facilitate councillor involvement as much as possible. So it's not a mandate that you must be there, but it's an open invitation that if councillors wish to turn up, they can. And I guess traditionally there had been a bit of a thought there, if I'm not on a committee, I have no right to be at that committee. So we're trying to remove that to give you that opportunity. And that doesn't mean we expect to see it every meeting. It's likewise, we wouldn't see all those people at every meeting, depending upon their professional demands. So it's about hopefully also allowing you to have some engagement with those people and some interaction with those people to understand their thoughts and their thought processes as well. So it's not just us capturing that and regurgitating that to yourselves, you're hearing directly from those people. So I think it's an opportunity to have really good interaction between the councillors and a particular cohort of our shire.
A question sorry, Councillor Mayo.
No, you first.
A question in terms of process. So obviously in the past 2 years we've experienced a series of occasions where creative vision has not necessarily always found an equal partner or support at the council table, and whether is this something whereby councillors will have 2 bites at the cherry, or is this intended that we won't bring things back to the council table that otherwise, from the experience of 2 years ago, that we would, in terms of addressing some of the values of the community reflected back in our placemaking program and the funding that's expended?
I'd like to think the answer is all of the above. I think it does give you the opportunity to have I suppose there's only one formal bite of the cherry, but there's two opportunities there to look into the decision making and the way in which certain projects may be embarked upon or may be pursued. So at least gives you that opportunity. Also gives you the opportunity to understand how some of our communities design fraternity actually think about what we do. They're probably a little bit more innovative. I don't necessarily like that word, but I can't think of a better one at the moment than what we are. We're a bit more staid, I guess, and or conservative in what we do, but they're more willing to push the bounds a little bit, and that's what I would suggest to you that art and architecture and urban design should be about. So there's that opportunity, but it's also hopefully gives us the ability to draw a greater relationship between the council and that committee so that when things do come to here, A, there's no surprises, and B, you're far more comfortable with what we're doing and understand more of the story or the background to what we're doing and why we're doing it.
Any other, Councillor Mather?
Just a couple of questions, cheap ones, Mr. Chairman. What sort of a budget are we looking at, and where is the money coming from?
Councillor Mather, so the budget that we've applied for the 2022-23 financial year is for 150,000, and that's placemaking initiatives across the region. That doesn't just include things like murals and sculptures, that also includes landscaping, tree planting, a number of different initiatives that we hopefully will also be able to enable some of the actions that come out of the open space strategy.
So will all of the budget for the placemaking, will it all come from grants, will it?
No, we apply for grants and we are quite successful in grants, but we would be looking for operational, which some of that could be capitalised at the future until the projects are realised and until they've gone through the process of the advice from and ideas from the placemaking reference group. We don't know yet what those projects entail. We have some ideas that we could put forward, but the entire budget for the 22-23 financial year that we have requested that for consideration by council is 150,000.
Yeah, that's grants and council budget.
That's just council budget. And
that's just council budget.
Just council budget that we've applied for, and we will be then obviously pursuing grants as they come available. For example, we were just successful in the Art Trail grant for 30,000.
And you say you don't know what sort of money you'll be needing. It depends on what requests are put up.
Well, the cap would be $150,000 is what we have requested. Some projects might be $5,000, some might be $10,000. We hope with that 150,000 that we will definitely have a range of projects across the region that for placemaking that are visual and improve.
I just would hope we keep an eye on this budget, because in the past we've had a few hiccups. We won't go into that, but if we've got money in the budget, we need to know, we need to have a project before we put money in the budget. That's how it works. What we're doing is putting money in the budget and then we're looking for a project.
No.
People come up with ideas. That's what it's about. I mean, beautification's important. We need that.
Yeah, I guess we do that across a whole series of activities. We put money in for road for road maintenance, and then as roads need maintenance, they become part of the program for the next 3-month period. We do it for RADIF, where we set aside money for arts grants, or we put money in for the community grants, where we put money aside for that.
I'm just conscious of we have some very big needs out there, big ticket items that we haven't quite fulfilled yet.
I think we're entering into debate here, Councillor, unless there's any further questions.
No further questions, Mr. Mayor. I just find placemaking, it's a necessity, but I'm just thinking that we need to recognise or focus on the priorities that we have, the needs, because we're going to be looking very hard down the budget. Talk about a rabbit hole?
Well, I think the officers are probably well aware of that, Councillor Mather.
I think you just never lose sight of that.
All right. Any other questions, Councillor, before we go to debate? Can I get a mover for the... Thank you, Councillor Eastwood. Seconder? Councillor Hutton, thank you. Councillor Eastwood, do you want to speak to the report?
Just briefly, Mr. Mayor, just having been a member of the placemaking group. I've always found it, I found it very good to listen to people's ideas and just to get a better scope of what's going on. And I think it'd be great to include other councillors. I'd like to attend a couple of meetings myself just to get a handle on the ideas that are being put forward. And I think what it does, it could probably even help some of the things. I guess one of the things that comes to mind is when we did the signage. If the more councillors that were maybe at one of those meetings, the more we could have spoken about something like that, and it might have solved a few problems down the track. So I think it's a great opportunity, and I ask my fellow councillors to endorse it.
Thank you, Councillor Richard. Anyone speaking against? Anyone else like to speak for? Councillor Hutton.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. I speak for. I do have some reservations around the growing group size, if only because decision making gets harder the larger the group, and having a floating membership means that if people float in and out, it can be hard to get any sort of consistency or even just a solid approach because that membership changes. However, I believe that placemaking has had a positive influence on our community. It has had a positive influence on the way that council does some of its business in terms of the efforts that are made every day by staff in some of the projects they're working on. And therefore it does have a place, and obviously as part of the budget considerations for future years we do need to consider what that budget looks like, but placemaking does have a place in that future, and therefore having the benefit and experience of our art sector, as well as people maybe not from our art sector but from our community who have an investment in this space, is to the benefit of our council.
Thank you, Councillor Hutton. Anyone else wish to make a comment? Okay, we'll wrap up debate. Got a mover, Councillor Eastwood, seconded Councillor Hutton. All in favour? Those against? Noted that Councillor Mather voted against. Oh, thank you. Okay, 11.14, development application for a permit for a material change of use for healthcare service and office.
Thank you, Mayor.
Welcome to the table, Jenna.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor and Councillors. I've got a PowerPoint presentation to show you the plan. This application is for a material change of use for a healthcare service and an office. The property is located at 2 Brathwaite Street. It's on the corner of Park Street and Little Park Street, but the address is 2 Brathwaite Street. The proposal reused the existing dwelling house, which currently holds an approval for an office, and the garage, so the back tenancy too. Each building will be able to use interchangeably between either a healthcare service land use or a medical centre, excluding a medical centre, and an office. The application underwent public notification and no submissions were received. Officers recommend approval subject to conditions. Conditions of the uses on the property due to the reuse of the existing buildings and being located on the edge of the central business area in a convenient location. Is there any questions?
Councillor Mather.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Jenna, just describe what they're going to do. Healthcare services?
Healthcare?
If they're not a medical centre, what are healthcare? Is it just advisory?
Through the chair, the healthcare services can include uses like naturopath, exercise physiology, nutritionists, those sort of allied health land uses. But we have excluded a medical centre to reduce the need for a ambulance, an ambulance bay, and to reduce the number, like if you have seen other medical centres, they are quite high turnover in terms of number of patients and people attending the site, so we have excluded the medical centre from...
And the demand for more cars down the track, yes. We've been through that one, haven't we?
Yeah, so we have excluded the medical centre from...
Jenna, can we go back to the map and just show us where it is in conjunction with the vet clinic that's just gone in there?
So
it's only just down the road.
The clinic is here.
Yeah.
Over this area.
So between the supermarket, the healthcare, the vet and the Kentucky, McDonald's and the childcare.
McDonald's is down here. The childcare is in one of these lots.
It's going to be a very busy area.
So through the chair, just in relation to the busyness, it is a busy area because it is around the central business district. It is on a high order road. This property accesses Little Park Street, so it doesn't use the little service lane of Park Street. It comes here. There is a turning lane to go into Little Park Street, and then when you exit the site, you will have to go left to the roundabout. You can't cross the intersection here.
So how do they get to the parking from the road as you go into Little Park?
The parking to the site. So
when you've got the map, there, I just want to see the traffic flow.
So you'll turn into the site. Sorry, it's not going to be very steady.
Yeah.
You turn into the north, into the site north direction. Yeah, northern. So hopefully they drive better than my pointer.
So if there's a car behind it, I'm just looking at the length it would have before turning in, and when it comes out, I suspect it's coming out in reverse onto the road.
There's the opportunity. So if you have been past the site, it's currently like this on the site. It's currently functioning in this current layout. You can drive onto the site, park, and then you have the opportunity to reverse onto the sealed driveway and then turn back onto the street.
Forward. No.
Yeah, you do have the opportunity to reverse onto the verge or onto the footpath and then enter the street. There isn't too many houses that are up Little Park Street. It's not an overly busy road. There is a few houses up Little Park Street, but again, there is the opportunity to reverse onto the footpath and then come out. And again, it has been operating in this current layout since approximately 2012.
Yes. Okay.
I've just had a look at the.
It's probably a good fit
aerials.
considering. Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Friend.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Jenna, thank you so much for all your work within this report and the DA. I just have a couple of queries in relation to finding the DAs on our website, and once found, I noticed that under the notice of compliance with public notification requirements, there is a requirement, obviously, for them to be published. And it's very difficult these days when we have a diminishing hard copy newspaper. However, I did notice that in one of the notices, they said they've published in the Banana Shire Council website and also published in CQ Today. So it's kind of a twofold question. Why Banana Shire website? And unless that was a typo error, it should have been Livingstone Shire website. And why do we not use the Courier Mail online or the Courier Mail?
So through the chair, it's likely that would have been an error in terms of typing or filling out the same form over and over again. So it was in the paper, and we do use the most centrally or most available newspaper to our shire, which is CQ Today. The Courier Mail, yes, it's available in our area, but it's not, I suppose, not the local paper.
So the Banana Shire Council was an error, is that correct?
It would be an error.
Yeah. Okay.
If I could, Councillor, too, it's when it's we, it's not us who does the advertising. It's the responsibility of the applicant, and the legislation just refers to a newspaper which is circulating generally in the area. So they can choose to use whichever paper they choose. We can't dictate that they use, for example, you must use the Australian or you must use the Courier Mail. It's up to the applicant.
Sure. So I imagine they wouldn't have advertised in the Banana Shire Council's website, but or perhaps they did. But moving on. What was there a public?
It was in the CQ Today.
Lovely, thank you. So was there a public notification sign erected on the site?
There was two. So there was one to, because this site has two frontages, there's one to Little Park Street and one to Park Street, Brathwaite Street.
Okay.
So they did put two up.
All right. Thank you for answering those questions. I just found that an anomaly, that's all. Yeah. Thanks.
Any other questions? All right. Well, can I get a mover and a second? Moved at Councillor Hutton, seconded Councillor Mather. Thank you. Councillor Hutton, did you wish to speak to the report? All right. Anyone speaking against? Councillor May, did you wish to speak to the report?
No, Mr. Chairman, I think we'll give you a break, sir.
Thank you. All right. Anyone else wish to speak to the report? All right, we'll go to the vote on it then. So we've got a mover, Councillor Hutton, seconded Councillor Mather, all in favour. Carried unanimously. Thank you. (11.15) Development application for a material change of use for a warehouse facility.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Councillors.
Good afternoon.
So the development application is for a material change of use for a warehouse, which is for self-storage facility. So this site's located in Roslyn, but it's accessed via Kempsey Avenue, not Scenic Highway. So the development is proposed over 3 lots, and the lots are within the rural and low-density residential zones. So the site is located in a mixed zone area, so there's zones, rural zones, low-density residential zones, and environmental management and conservation zones in this locality. So the extent of the development will be retained within this green shaded area, and that takes up about 16% of the overall site. The proposal plan demonstrates existing and proposed buildings and structures on the site, as well as the location of the proposed internal road. There's an existing use operating over the site, and that includes overnight secure parking for vehicles and boat storage. So the proposal is to expand on the existing use, which will result in 30 covered car spaces, 12 uncovered car spaces, and 48 covered boat and trailer spaces. The storage units will be accessible to patrons between 5 a.m. and 9 p.m. 7 days a week. So this plan just demonstrates what each of the sheds will look like. So they are 20 metres by 10 metres, and they accommodate 8 units per shed. The site is characterised by exposed dunes and scattered pockets of native vegetation. It is affected by a number of overlays. However, the development extent area is generally outside of those areas. So just up on the screen there, you can see that the area that I nominated on this plan, if you can just imagine that, is generally outside of all of these overlay areas. So it's sort of in this area, so it's outside the area of biodiversity. There's a wetland over here that it's outside of. It is within the potential impact buffer for bushfire, and it is within the scenic amenity. It's a coastal scenic route potential assessment area. So both of these overlays, the issues that could potentially arise within these overlays have been mitigated with conditions. So the application did undergo public notification. We did receive 3 submissions. 2 of those submissions were considered properly made. However, they were withdrawn, and 1 submission was not properly made. However, we have addressed the issues that were raised in the submission. So 1 issue related to the potential for the development to impact on wildlife and coastal vegetation. So officers' assessment determined that the development is separated from the beach area by scenic highway and other residential allotments, and it's not anticipated to affect turtles. A condition is required to have a squatter catcher on site during any clearing, which will protect any wildlife moved. The development is located outside of the mapped wetland and biodiversity areas, so it's not seen as a concern. Issue 2 relates to an industrial use and increased traffic movements. So the rural zone can be suitable for certain uses that do require large tracts of land, and where other areas may not be able to provide those types of, or that size of property. The use can be considered low impact because it is for self-storage and it's not expected to generate large traffic flows or activities that would create any amenity issues to neighbours. Landscaping and fencing will be conditioned along the northern boundary that borders the adjoining residential properties, which will assist to reduce any potential amenity impacts. Just to summarise, although a warehouse is not a preferred use within the zones, it can be justified to be a suitable use in those areas. The use is proposing to expand on an existing use. It's considered to be a low impact on the road and adjoining uses. It can be located outside any biodiversity areas. But bushfire hazard can be mitigated within that development area with fire breaks. So we were able to justify the submitters' concerns, and that does include conditions. And officers are recommending approval subject to conditions, and that will include further development permits for operational works. It'll have the sealed internal access road, the landscaping and fencing as mentioned earlier, and due to the credit being that this proposal is over 3 lots, there is actually no infrastructure charges for this approval. Does anybody have any questions?
Yes, thank you. Through you, Mr. Chairman. Just a couple of little questions in relation to access from the scenic highway access to Kempsey Avenue. Is there sufficient room in that area for large vehicles and trailers depositing items into the storage areas and removing them?
Through the chair, Councillor, do you mean is there sufficient room
to actually come off scenic highway and into Kempsey Avenue? Kempsey Avenue is wide enough for large vehicles and trailers.
Yep, I'll let Greg answer that one.
Yes, it is, Councillor Friend. There's already an existing use there where boats and trailers, or boat trailers and vehicles come in.
Yes.
There'll be no change to that use.
Excellent. Thank you for clarifying that.
We have also run some turning templates over the right-hand turn movement into the facility and the left-hand turn movement out, and it's easily accommodated.
Excellent, thank you. My other quick question was, although you've spoken to and told the submitters about how it's not going to affect turtles because of the scenic highway, it's going to have no impact on the turtles because there's scenic highway in front of this particular development. What about light emissions? Because I imagine that it would be lit up being a storage facility, or do you think their lighting would be on kind of a sensor?
So the use will only operate until 9 p.m. So after 9 p.m. it would only sort of be security lighting. It wouldn't need to be lighting for people using the premise.
Okay, thank you.
And there are Australian standards in terms of lighting, which are standard conditions which will be included.
Thank you very much.
Any other questions, councillors? All right.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Could we get a map back on the ward, please, to show where the scenic highway is in conjunction with Kempsey? Because when I first read this, I thought I had it identified the site, and obviously it's not the site.
So it's essentially the site on
the
northern
corner
side
of Kempsey.
Yeah, just before you would turn off to the marina.
Councillor Labour, I believe that yourself and Councillor Bello and I went there for a drainage problem once. Do you remember that?
Well, that's what I'm getting at.
Yeah.
That's what I'm getting at.
So this is where you would turn off to head to the marina, and it's sort of, it's quite a bend, so Kempsey is just before you would turn around the bend. You've got the Kemp Walk,
Just
Bluff
show,
Walk.
put Kempsey, show me Kempsey. Where's,
It's in here.
That blue area.
It comes off Scenic Highway
so
here.
is that the fellow who's got the rental for the space when
Yes.
they?
Yes, so
So it's his property that's not the
Yes.
one across the road where there's been units that have been approved, or? No.
No.
Because I thought, yeah, yeah. Okay, now I've got the
it's
block.
known as I did have the name. Sorry, Great Keppel Island Security Car Park.
Yeah, that's, yeah. He was a chap that we were dealing with before, yeah. No, it's the block on the other side, I thought it might have been, because that's, I think, approved for units. At least that's what they're going to put there. I thought they might have been approved. But yes, the drainage is the problem because...
Is there a question here, Councillor Mather?
Yes, Mr Mayor. Where are they going to shed the water? Because there is no real ability there on the Kempsey side to drain any water. Can't go down the back, the dunes are there. You got to go over.
Can we go to Greg perhaps for an answer on that one?
Yeah, okay.
Next question. So the proposal is to discharge the water to be left at that plant, okay, and they must discharge that water lawfully. So that there's no intention of discharging any water towards any of those homes.
So is it going into Kempsey? Any water going into Kempsey?
No goes to Kempsey.
Yeah, because there's
It all
only...
goes westward towards Roslyn Bay.
Okay, that satisfies me, because there was only a gully, and it is a gully, about 6 foot, and I took Jeff Carter down there, and he made it into 10 foot long, which didn't go anywhere, so that was the difficult part. Yeah, thanks for that. So, happy, Mr Chairman?
Thank you. Any other questions, councillors? All right, Councillor Hutton, did you wish to move this one? Okay, seconded Councillor Eastwood. Thank you. Councillor Hutton, do you want to speak to the report? Anyone speaking against? Councillor Eastwood, do you want to speak to the report?
Oh yes, Mr Mayor, only that there's obviously a need for the storage there. And I guess that's a good thing for our community as we see it expand and people essentially going over the Keppels as well. And I think that, yeah, I'm quite happy to support this, and I recommend that my other councillors do as well.
Thank you. All right, councillors, we'll close debate and go to the vote on this one. Got a mover, Councillor Hutton, seconded Councillor Eastwood. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you. Which brings us to 11:17, which is the Seaside Music Festival. Trish, welcome to the table. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you, councillors. I'd also like to acknowledge... Sorry, thank you, councillors. I'd also like to acknowledge Greg and Katie, event organisers, that are here with me today. I believe most of you have met them before. As you know, we were approached by Greg for the Seaside Festival to be held in the Yeppoon Amphitheatre at what originally was proposed for the 29th of January. There were initial discussions, I guess, and hesitations from QPS and OLGR, which is liquor licensing, as well as council had some reservations regarding the site. So since then, and as we all know, events play a vital and important part in our culture, our economic development, and just in general in our vibe for the region. So as officers, we've tried to work with the event organisers as much as we can to find a suitable site, which I guess we believe, based on an inspection this morning, we have found. It's probably disappointing on my behalf, I guess personally, that further investigation ruled out the beachfront under a land, well, as you can see in the recommendations, under the Land Act for a commercial use. So while most of the events we do previously have had on the beachfront are community events, the Land Act is very clear about commercially operated events. The purpose of the stage area is, of course, for entertainment, but largely around community-based style entertainment. So I'd like to thank Greg and Katie for their willingness to work with us to identify other sites. As you all would have received the email yesterday, any park and reserve is deemed not suitable at this stage. We've done 2 inspections, one at Barmarie Sports Field. The sports fields themselves are unfortunately all unavailable due to the timing of the festival now, which is May the 7th, for sporting sporting regulations and sporting commitments. There's an area as you drive in on the left, which is a large car park area, which potentially could be suitable. And today we visited the Mullumbin Road site, which you will all know as the proposed site for Cat Memorial Gardens. I'm not sure if Mr. Bacon wants to add anything further to that.
Yes, Councillor. So from our initial investigations, the Memorial Parklands is certainly a site which is conducive to having a festival. It, I guess, has the added benefit, I believe, of accommodating more than the foreshore could have when it comes to patronage as well. And it probably also has a much greater ability to control people in and out of the site and around the site than it would have being at the amphitheatre as well. So whilst the amphitheatre gives us a magnificent background, this particular location also gives us a magnificent background, just of a slightly different ilk. And it's not that far from the sea anyway, so at least we can still go with that part of it. So whilst it's disappointing that we can't use reserves per se because of the legislation, at least we do have some freehold land, which I believe, with a bit of work by council, which we have to do anyway in order to get that area ready ultimately for its purposes, the Memorial Parklands, it may be able to be used by the proponent for their festival.
Councillor Hutton.
Yes, so based on the conversations and work that's been done, are you seeking to update the officer's recommendation at all to include a solution or alternatives?
No, councillors, on the basis that the application was for a temporary event at the foreshore, so that closes that particular matter, and then we'll work with the applicant to have them lodge an application with the configuration that they come up with for the parklands, if that's the location they decide upon. So that will be a separate application that we then deal with.
Councillor Friend.
Yes, first and foremost, I was just going to say thank you to you both for working in with council, and sometimes it's not an easy thing, as we know and we sit here, but I really like the idea of the Memorial Parklands. My suggestion is how can council or yourselves work with places perhaps that have courtesy buses, like the Keppel Bay Sailing Club or the Pacific Hotel, and those type of places that have courtesy buses that would help to ferry your patrons back and forth, you know, so that would certainly be of assistance. Or is that something that council may assist with, and if so, would that be through resolution?
It's not something council normally would assist with, and I guess council, in many ways, whether it's held on the foreshore or it's held Memorial Garden Parkland, you still need to get people in and away. They won't all come by foot just because it's on the foreshore. So it's still a logistical issue that would have to be contended with by the program operator or the program runner. Yeah.
So having worked, Councillor Friend, with Greg and Katie, I believe it would form part of their event management plan. So along with the noise plan and waste management plan and several other plans, transportation would be one of their plans. And as Mr. Bacon has said, it is 6.95 k's from town, so we don't envisage people would walk there. There's the boom gate about 400 metres as you come in off the road, and then, you know, as you know, you progress around. So it actually, you know, on inspection this morning, we sort of all could visualise potentially where it could go. Greg would, rightly so, you know, said he'd put a drone up and have a good look around. He has his team of expert consultants as well that he would work with to, you know, work out how the event space would work. And as we said, it is a larger open air space, so there is then the potential to increase the number of patrons that would be able to go to the festival as well, which would be fantastic for us, for the event organiser and for council as well.
All right, thank you. Councillor Friend?
Yes, just going back to what Councillor Hutton has mentioned, are we coming to a resolution today to include the Memorial Parklands as the place to have it at this point?
No, Councillor, that's not what we're proposing. We're saying that what we're dealing with here is an application. So this was an application for a temporary event permit on the foreshore. So that closes out.
Yes.
And then we have our discussions with the applicant about the Memorial Parklands, and they will submit an application for that at that stage, and it gets assessed on its merits.
Yes.
It looks, for all intents and purposes, like it is a suitable site, and I see no reason why it wouldn't be. But you can't preempt that outcome, or you certainly wouldn't be able to approve something today for which you do not have an application.
Yes,
there has
I
to be an
understand.
application in place.
I understand.
Any other questions?
The only question, so Greg, is it? So Greg, and sorry, Katie, so have you guys had well, with your permission, Mr. Chair, if I ask a question of these guys, have you guys had a chance to go out and inspect on site at the Memorial Gardens?
Yeah, absolutely. Trish and Megan this morning met us out there. We had
Yep.
an inspection, and although obviously it comes with a different set of challenges being further out of town, some great infrastructure costs, you know, we're in a position right now where we want to get this event across the line. We've got many reasons as to what we need the event to get across the line, and I think it is a very suitable site. I actually think it is for a more suitable site and potentially, you know, a long-term opportunity for you guys to utilise that land for events such as this until it does eventuate into what it is going to turn into. I think it definitely has many advantages, and I think every single concern that was addressed specific to this site 100% does not relate to that site. So I think it is a great solution for it. The thing that I'm wary about is that we are 81 days away from today, from the event. We need to draw a line in the sand at some point, and we need to have some certainty around being able to give this event the best chance of success, and that comes with the site. And we need to have a clear direction as to where we're going.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Hutton.
Mr. Mayor, I have put together some alternate wording, which is not alternate in that it doesn't remove any of the notes that are provided there, but is an addendum on to Justine, if that could be put up for councillors to look at, suggesting that recognising the advice provided by the officer in regards to not wanting to confuse refusal of a temporary event with other things, that we could add that furthermore that council, Livingstone Shire Council, is excited by the prospects of the new Seaside Festival and commits to working with the promoters, giving it every opportunity to succeed. And 2, officers will continue to work with the event promoters to identify a larger venue which allows for COVID compliance and meets the requirements of related parties. I just think that the message to our community has to not be around that we've found a site that didn't work, but rather that we are actually all working together on the positive outcome, which is to have a successful event into the future.
All right. Mr. CEO or Mr. Executive Director, any issues with that? All right. I think that sends a good positive message. Councillors?
Will that just be 4 and 5 on
Yeah.
Oh, I think you need to have that because
separate?
the desire is the furthermore, so that it's not seen as part of the. My only question in regards to the wording, and I know it's mine, is that furthermore that council. I don't think I need to say Livingstone Shire twice, but
no, is excited.
Yeah.
All right. Councillor Mather, your light's on.
Just an observation, Mr. Chairman.
We're not in debate, Councillor. This is question time.
Yeah, it is just a question. It is a question, basically. This is the same area the Memorial Gardens is what we're going to be constructing as a future resting place. I don't know how the parking is required. I don't know how much land would be required for that number of people. But I do know that when the staff cleared it, that there were, I'm not too sure whether it was GRT or Parthenium, but there was a problem there. I think I think we need to be mindful of that.
Councillor
and
Mo, there was
coordinate.
giant rat's tail grass there. We have been treating it. There are probably 3 or 4 patches of it still, which is identified with survey tape, and that will continue to be treated. We have excluded cattle from coming in there now. We used to allow it to be gested in there, but there's no point allowing that to continue if we want to get rid of the GRT, because
Yeah,
they'll just keep
that's
bringing
true.
it in.
So there is a fence line there to keep the cattle out and to show where you've been? That's fine.
Correct.
That's all I need to know, Mr Mayor. Thank you.
All right. Any other questions, councillors?
Happy to second this, Mr. Chair.
Right, have I got a mover? Yeah. All right. Okay, Councillor Hutton is moving, Councillor Bello is seconding. Thank you. Everyone's rushing. All right, Councillor, we're going to move a Councillor Bello. Sorry, beg your pardon, Councillor Hutton. Second, Councillor Bello. Councillor Hutton, do you wish to speak to the report?
Yes, Mr Mayor, I think that while a disappointing outcome in terms of the ability of the site on the foreshore to be used in this way has been identified, that under the leasing arrangements from the state that it can't be achieved, and especially not with such a short time frame. I think that what our events community is looking for is stability and support from council, and by taking the step beyond saying, hey, that this site doesn't work, but actually partnering and looking for alternate sites and working together to try and make sure that we can have new events like this promoted on our coast. Council is fulfilling its role, and I commend the event organisers for once again, reaching out to try something new and to bring something to town. We all saw with the previous event, SoCal, where hairdressers in town were fully occupied, and where I went in to buy a hat from some shop and got told, no, we're sold out, we've got no hats left at all, because the number of people who came to town and were getting themselves, for all intents and purposes, frocked up to attend the event meant that there was a great economic benefit to our community, and I'm sure that with accommodation bookings and things it will be the same for this. We do need to make sure that we get this right. This isn't something that Livingstone has done historically in the past, but that does not mean that this cannot be our future, and it's something that's exciting for our community. It provides another avenue for younger members of our community and a reason why they should stay instead of going off to Big Day Out down on the Gold Coast or going down to festivals elsewhere. An awesome opportunity, a great potential partnership for council to be in, and I commend the resolution to the table.
Thank you, Councillor Hutton. Anyone speaking against? Okay, well, if I can just speak for it as well, and I'd just like to congratulate Greg and Katie for sticking with us. Thank you very much. I mean, this has been a bit of a long saga, and unfortunately the foreshore has been problematic in a number of ways, and unfortunately the Land Act has pretty much wiped it as a possible venue for this event. But thanks for sticking with us. I don't think there's anyone around this table who isn't prepared to support it. We think it's a great concept, fantastic for our region, fantastic for our economy, and I think congratulations to you for taking the initiative to put it on. And obviously I commend it to the table as well. Anyone else wish to speak to the report? Councillor Bello.
Yeah, just briefly, this is a great example in some ways of, there's a quote that I really like, which says, never be so sure of what you want in case you miss out on something better. And to you guys, I hope that this turns out to be even better. And, I know these processes can be clunky and frustrating and all those things, and a lot of people probably would have packed up and said, that's it, we're out, too hard. But I hope this turns out better, recognising there is an application to go through, but let's hope it is bigger than Ben-Hur. So thank you.
Okay. Anyone else wish to speak to the report?
Oh, honestly, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to say, well done for all of your hard work. We are very approachable. And we're very happy to work with you. So I hope it's a success for you.
Oh, Councillor Eastwood.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, thank you very much, and thanks guys for popping along. It's kind of like a double-barreled shotgun, and one barrel's misfired, and the other one's going in the right direction, and hopefully that direction will set us up for an event that's not only going to be run this year, but will run continually every year into the future. So I'd like to wish you a lot of luck.
All right. Okay, councillors, we'll go close debate and go to the vote on this one. We've got to mover and Councillor Hutton, seconded Councillor Bello, all in favour. Oh, geez, I'll do that again. Those against, carried unanimously. Thank you very much. Thanks, Greg and Katie. $11.17. Mr. CEO, are we breaking for a cup of tea or anything at this point? Councillors, want a cup of tea?
This one will be super quick, sure.
Oh, this one, okay, Molly. Super quick Molly. As in, you know.
I'm happy to move the report. I'll second it.
Resilient Ricky.
All right. We've got a second.
Welcome to the table, Molly. The floor is yours.
Well, thank you, Mayor. As you can see from this report, we have a number of community/sporting not-for-profit groups wishing to renew their tenure over council-owned or controlled land. Each of the groups referenced in the report have completed the application to renew their tenure. This report demonstrates what they would like to do with their tenure and offers support of that application. Happy to take any questions.
One question. In point 3 on page 141 of my agenda of 168, under point 3B, a freehold lease to Australian South Sea Islander Movement Queensland Incorporated over the building plus 1 metre at lot 7. I'm not sure what that means. What does the 1 metre mean?
So the Australian South Sea Islander Queensland Movement Incorporated has been having tenure over the building in Sir Joseph Banks Park. They have requested to maintain the tenure over just the building rather than the whole site. So the standard way that's done is to say the building plus 1 metre.
Okay, thank you.
But you have raised a error in the recommendation, Mr Mayor, because we've said building on.
Yes.
1 metre. My little orange square that notes a memo covered that bit.
So we'll make sure that that says
1 metre. Oh, thank you.
Part of the resolution number 3. Yes.
Any other questions, councillors? Councillor
yes.
Bello, lights on. Councillor Bello?
Sorry.
Sorry, I thought you had a question.
We're all waiting.
Councillor Mather.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes. Molly, you said in the beginning, in the summary, report pertains to the renewal of tenure for 2 not-for-profit community orgs.
Correct. That is another error, Councillor Mather. That should say 4.
Well, I'm thinking the 2 of them aren't, but why are they included? That was my question. Okay.
Yes, thank you, Justine.
Thank you, Justine. I don't have a problem with any of them, except when we were talking not-for-profit, I'm thinking, well, hang on, did I miss something with these other 2? That they're not-for-profit? They are for-profit. But anyway, I'm happy, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Mather.
I understand that 1 metre rule too, that's been there all along for a reason.
Councillor Hutton, you moving?
Yes.
Okay. Seconded, Councillor Eastwood. Thank you. Councillor Hutton, did you wish to speak to the report? All right. Anyone speaking against? Councillor Eastwood, do you want to speak to the report?
Just briefly, Mr Mayor, I just think it's very important that we give the security to these not-for-profit groups so they can see their way into the future. It helps them get grants and all that sort of stuff. And yeah, I just put it to the table and hope that everyone will support it.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak to the report? Okay. We'll wrap up debate. Got a mover, Councillor Hutton, seconded Councillor Eastwood. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. Thank you, Molly. Okay, we might have a short break for a cup of tea, councillors. Procedural motion. All in favour? carried. Thank you very much. procedural motion to resume after the break. All in favour? Thank you, councillors. Carried unanimously. We're now up to 11.18, I beg your pardon, which is the councillor portfolio policy and appointments. So, Mr. CEO, I believe this one is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. No reference necessarily to the portfolio policy today, but certainly to the appointments attachment, where periodically we do update that table to reflect appointments and resignations or any other changes to the varying bodies that the council is invited to participate on or indeed constitutes itself. There are a series of those noted in the body of the report, which have been incorporated into the attachment. We have been notified since the publication of the agenda that there are also a couple still remaining, and they are now shown on your board. So the recommendation is amended to include a number of other appointments for Councillor Ireland and Councillor Friend.
Any questions, councillors? Councillor Friend, we've totally encapsulated your commitments now.
They are the extra ones that weren't put onto the report.
I understand, councillor.
So yes, you
we've got all
have.
of them out.
Indeed.
Okay. Right. Any questions? All right. So a mover, Councillor Mather, seconded Councillor Friend. Do you want to speak to the report, Councillor Mather? Anyone speaking against? Anyone speaking for, Councillor Friend?
No, thank you.
Okay. All right. Fairly straightforward by the look of it. So we'll wrap up debate. Just go to the vote on this one. All in favour? Those against? Motion is carried. Right. 11.19, response to questions on notice for Councillor Hutton in regards to trees.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. There's a series of questions on notice there from Councillor Hutton, which he tendered at the, should be the ordinary meeting of 18 of January 2021. But the questions there have answers to them, Mr. Mayor, so if there are any further questions, we'll endeavour to answer them.
Councillor Hutton, you're satisfied with the answers?
Yes.
All right. So are you moving this, Councillor Hutton?
Yes, please, Mr. Mayor.
All right. So move Councillor Hutton, seconded Councillor Friend. Any further discussion? Councillor Mather?
Just a reminder, Mr. Mayor, that this was the one I raised in minutes this morning from the previous meeting, that the answers were there but not the questions.
Right.
That they should be put together so people can see it, what the balance of it, the questions and the answers together.
In the resolution, Councillor?
Yes.
Yeah, so because in the report, this one does have the questions with the answers.
Yes,
Yep.
okay.
I just wanted to take the opportunity to thank the officers for the detailed information that they provided in the report. It's wonderful to see exactly what is going on this space, and I think that the community will be further enlightened as to just how much work that we're doing in that space. So thank you for the time you've taken.
All right. Any other comments, Councillor Friend?
Thank you. I also thank the officers as well. As part of my portfolio of the nursery, it was really impressive to see that 5,225 trees and plants were planted in 21-22. A lot of hard work goes in with your team, Nat, and it's greatly appreciated. Understanding that the nursery produced 34,500 propagations. Of course, with some, there's a 10% mortality rate with those. And if we look at Council's policy of council-controlled land, we can see that preferred trees and plants are on there, and it really does go into quite a lot of detail and tells you the specific native plants that Council actually plant on the footpath and under power lines. And so if anyone asks you, it is on our website and it's quite easy to find. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Friend. Okay, councillors, in the absence of any further comments or questions, I'm going to go to the vote. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors.
If I may, Mr Mayor, I probably should have also introduced Nathan Sleeman to those. Some of you know Nathan, others don't. So Nathan is our current acting coordinator for open spaces.
Well, welcome to your first meeting, Nathan.
Yes.
Yeah, welcome.
We like to expose them to these things.
Yeah.
Apologies, I didn't come up with a question.
Yeah, I think you'll get over it.
That 10 PM one that you sent off tonight, we'll really can.
All right, thank you, gentlemen. All right, councillors, I think we're through the reports now. On to item 12.1, notice of motion from Councillor Friend in relation to a waste policy for temporary second bin service. Councillor Friend, did you wish to speak to that one?
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr Chairman. So, having been approached by ratepayers, and one in particular who was nursing a loved one through palliative care, it was found that in those type of circumstances, there's a need for an extra bin service on a temporary basis. In 2014, before 2014, with an amalgamated council under Rockhampton Regional Council, there was a policy to incorporate a temporary bin service. And what they used to do is charge those bins as a debtor, and they were paid monthly. Upon de-amalgamation, this was no longer. The people who are undertaking palliative care at home do need that extra bin for the people looking after them, because there are adult sanitary items that do need to be sought through and removed. And having a family plus looking after a sick loved one can really be such a distressing time. So looked into this, and with an extra bin service for an 8-week period only, the cost of the whole service for that 8-week period is $139.32, including GST. It's a physical burden and financial burden on families of home care, and it can be quite considerable. Many families would no doubt appreciate a compassionate policy of providing an extra waste allowance short term. I'm sure I've had a lot of emails with people agreeing with me. So what I'm asking for is that our officers undertake a temporary bin policy for a time of 8 weeks, only for those people who are undertaking palliative care at home. And I believe the officers can look into the details in relation to obtaining a medical certificate, a letter from the doctor or specialist, etc. And I'm also asking, on compassionate grounds, that council basically waive the fee of $139.32 for those 8 weeks. When someone is in palliative care, they're dying, and it's extremely difficult on the family. And in this day and age, some people just can't afford to put their families into care, and they have to look after them by themselves. So it's a small token of assistance and compassion and kindness that I'm wanting us to show that we as a council have a heart, we have empathy, and we have community values, and we value our community in their time of need. So I commend this to the table and look forward to a policy coming back.
Thank you, Councillor President. Any questions, councillors?
Yes, Mr Mayor. I support it. Mr Mayor, I just don't know whether we have the ability to find out how many we have out there. Do we know at all?
I can answer that in terms of how many we've had in the past 5 years. So we believe we've had 3 instances raised in the past 5 years.
So 3 instances in the past 5 years.
5 years.
Yeah, over a 5-year period.
So we given them a relax, through Mr Chairman, have we given them a relaxation for a period of time each? It would only be short term each, I'd imagine.
No, I don't believe we have. I believe in those cases, that they've simply paid the fee.
They've done it themselves.
In terms of paying the credit card, it's $126 for that 8-week period.
And in many cases, I know for a fact that, as you would too, that
agree.
they do go to hospital or do go into care. So we don't have those costs, and neither does the family. But for those families who do have them at home, it would $130 is a lot of money for those sort of people, because they don't have anything to throw around. Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
No worries at all.
Thanks, Nigel.
Any other questions? All right. So I've got to move, sorry, Councillor Hutton, question?
Yeah, I'm fully in support of the policy intent of the councillor and the motion. I just wonder if we should have a review mechanism put in, recognising the action we're taking today is that we're getting a policy created. We're saying that we're already going to reduce the fee, so we're not having a policy come back to us to check. We're just implementing from today. In those circumstances, would it be important for us to include some sort of, let's review after 12 months to see, number one, has the policy been used? Was it effective? Do we need to, because what if we come back and sadly, and unfortunately it's the most sad circumstances, we found that this was accessed 700 times, the costs to the community are obviously very, very high, where if we find this is accessed 3 times, that would make a big difference in terms of the community's capacity to contribute in that way.
Certainly. Thank you, Councillor Hutton, and through the Chair. I completely understand what you're saying. However, we've already just been told that it's been 3 times in the last 5 years, and I'm sure that the officers would be smart enough to actually place into that policy some steps that the person would have to take: obtain medical certificate, obtain a specialist letter, something that really states that they're home caring for some dying loved one. So I don't imagine my wildest dreams, without those steps that are actually, or the processes put into place, that there will be 700 people who are undertaking palliative care at home. So I understand the need for a review. However, I do think that on the information that we have, I really disagree with you that it would be 700 people, unless.
Point of order, Mr. Mayor. I can be accused of hyperbole in this occasion. I think it was more the idea of a review as opposed to the over-emphasis on, or the magnification of the number of 700, I guess. I was just...
All right, so the officers, if this is passed, will go away and prepare a policy which will have to come back to council for approval anyway. So I guess at that point, Councillor, we can take note of what's in the policy in relation to your concerns. Any other quick, Councillor Mather?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, that's exactly what I was going to say. It needs to be advertised, any policy, and it needs to be approved before it's advertised. So it does have to come back to the table, as you rightly said. Thank you.
All right. Any further comments or questions, councillors? So we've got a mover in Councillor Friend, the seconder in Councillor Eastwood. I'll just go to the vote on this one. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. Now, councillors, item 12.2 is problematic. I discussed with Councillor Bello yesterday. There's been a couple of notices of motion submitted in recent times that have been outside the policy guidelines. Policy guidelines basically state that they are to be submitted 7 working days before the meeting, not 7 calendar days, 7 working days. So unfortunately, I've had to talk to a couple of councillors who've submitted notices of motions on the understanding that they were within the time frame and actually aren't, and asked them if it's to basically inform them that their notices of motion would be deferred or transferred to the March meeting. Unfortunately, this one from Councillor Bello has slipped the net, and he and I spoke about this yesterday, and Councillor Bello has also graciously agreed for this to be transferred to the March meeting. So we won't need to consider 12.2 today, but just to remind all of the councillors, thanks, that the policy is in place, and the CEO, and no criticism of him, has been very generous in being allowing some of these to be heard outside the guidelines, but a policy is a policy, and I'm the bad guy on this one, so I'll pull it up and just basically say to you, can we please maintain the 7 working days? Councillor Hutton.
Mr. Mayor, I just raise a point of order in regards to item 2.8.4 of the LSE meeting procedures. It doesn't actually preclude notices of motion received in a period shorter than 7 business days prior to the meeting. Rather, the wording of it simply guarantees that the Chief Executive Officer, in preparing the agenda, must include notices of motion requested in writing by a councillor which are received by the Chief Executive Officer 7 business days before the meeting at which the proposal is to be made. There's nothing which excludes items which can be accommodated in the preparation of the agenda. Rather, it just says that they must be included if they have been 7 days in advance. And as we can see with these particular items, they were prepared, they were listed in the agenda, had public notification, and for all intents and purposes should be ready for debate.
I guess my response to that, Councillor Hutton, is that certainly the CEO has exercised his discretion where there's been urgent matters and matters that are of profound importance to Council. I'm not diminishing the importance of the notices of motion submitted by the councillors for this particular meeting, but I guess the question was, is any damage going to be done by deferring it to the March meeting?
I guess I'm looking for some advice in regards to my point of order that says that the meeting procedures policy doesn't preclude these notices of motion for being considered when they've been prepared, included on the agenda.
I guess I'm just looking, sorry, I'll go to the CEO for a comment, but I'll make one myself in a minute.
Mr Mayor, I think Councillor Hutton's interpretation, whilst would hold on a reading of things, I think the common understanding though is that there has been this cut-off time, 7 business days beforehand. So, and it is the case that I've taken a more pragmatic approach to interpretation of the 7 days based on where we have been at in the agenda preparation cycle. So if we hadn't commenced preparation on the 6th day out, then things were being admitted. And I recognise that has created some concern around apparent inequity and the like. It's simply just that pure administrative process of if we haven't started and they come in, we've been admitting them, if not. But I think the common understanding of the standing orders is that it is 7 days, which is the Friday week prior to the meeting.
And I guess, councillors, it is stated in the policy that it is 7 working days, and some councillors for the sake of equity, some councillors have been told in previous meetings that they can't submit a report because it is outside that time frame. So I guess I'm just trying to be fair, Councillor Hutton, and I understand what you're saying. It might not be clearly scripted in the policy about not being able to, or the CEO not having the capability or the decision to do that, but it does refer to the 7 calendar days, or 7 business days, I beg your pardon.
Sorry, if I could add to that, please. I can understand Councillor Hutton's disappointment.
Indeed.
And Councillor Bello. And I'm mixed up in that as well, but you don't know that. Your 4 accepted and your 1 was accepted, and mine after you, the day after, was rejected. And I considered mine was urgent because it involved traffic involvement, accidents on a corner at Malara Road, getting onto TMR ASAP to do some interim work to stop further accidents, because it was almost one again the other day. Same location, same circumstance. I could have gone back to the CEO. I accepted when he said no, 7 business days. I thought, this is important. I could have gone and said, can you use discretion? Do you have any ability for discretion? Didn't do it, accepted it. So when I saw a late agenda with 4 notices and questions, and I'm thinking, hang on, what's going on here? I can understand that, but you're not the only one affected. Mine was important. I'm not saying yours weren't. They are to you. And we would probably support most of them, if not all. But there's more to this than meets the eye. We just have to get our act together and get in earlier. That's what it's all about. And I know that most of us are busy all the time. We lose track of time. But you'll be surprised to know, or perhaps you won't be surprised to know, that there's another motion coming up that will suggest fortnightly meetings, which will solve a lot of problems, and you won't have to wait 30 days for something to come up.
Councillor Hutton.
So just to provide, so the only reason those items were listed as a late agenda is because the email that went to the CEO at Livingstone email box was not seen. So it wasn't that they weren't there when they prepared the original agenda, it was literally that someone had not looked in that email box and found them. It was only when the original agenda came out that I went, oh, hang on, I sent an email off all those days ago.
On Sunday, on the Sunday the 6th.
And just to note, I would have accepted, if yours is an urgent emergency thing, I would have accepted it as urgent business, as I'm sure other
Well, I
councillors
wasn't
would, but we
asking
should have
for it.
tested the will of the table for an emergent business.
Maybe we should jump on the CEO, but I
so-
think he's done the right thing on all of this.
I would like to call a procedural motion if I can, Mr Mayor.
What's your procedural motion?
Yep, under the LSC Meeting Procedures Policy 2.18.27, I move a motion to suspend the rule requiring that the 7 business days notice be given to allow the acceptance of these items under Section 12 of our meeting agenda, noting that these agenda items have been provided to the public through the agenda and councillors have had time to consider their views in preparation for debate.
Thank you. I have a question. May I ask?
Yeah, we've got a procedural motion to deal with.
Right.
Yep, no, I can write that down.
Yeah, I'd just like to have a look at that on the screen, thanks.
It's cold.
Mr Chair, once a procedural motion has been placed on the table, that means that we can't ask the CEO any questions. Is that correct?
We've got to deal with the procedural motion.
Okay.
No debate.
First, before we can do anything else. Motion to suspend the rule. Under the LSC Meeting Procedures Policy 2.18.27,
I think the word debate is missing there, the acceptance and debate of these items. Acceptance and debate of these items. Get rid of the second and, yeah.
so actually, can we take out the first person there, Councillor Hutton?
Of course.
Right. So, Council suspends. Council suspends. Council suspends the rule requiring the 7 business days notice be given to allow the acceptance and debate of what items? These items.
These items are under Section 12.
Under notices of motion. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Noting these items have been provided to the public through the agenda and councillors have had the time. Okay, well I guess I'm a little bit confused. There has to be some sort of cut-off point for the officers preparing the agenda. So are you looking to build anything like that into your proposed motion?
This is to deal with these items of business. I believe that there's the opportunity for us to consider the meeting procedure.
Okay, so
it's
just,
coming back to us in
just
March.
these ones in particular.
Yep.
All right. Okay.
The word these doesn't explain anything.
Well, it does. They're listed under 2.18.27, Councillor Mather. That's these particular items. We can nominate what they are.
Nominate the items 12.2 and then the late agenda items. I can't think, my computer's just frozen. Do you know what numbers the late agenda items are?
I'll tell you. 15.1 and 15.1.
What is it?
12.2 to 12.5. Yeah.
So was it 12 point?
2,
Yeah. 3, 4 and 5.
3, 4, 5.
Okay.
No, that's one of them, because councillor Burrows was was one of yours already in councillor Hutton?
No.
None of them?
So his is number 2, while mine were all in the late agenda, they're all together.
The acceptance of data items 12.2, 12.3, 12.4 and 12.5.
And we'll take out the under the section of whatever and just go to the noting.
Oh, can I put this meeting agenda too, huh? Noting these items have been provided to the public through... all right. So procedural motion moved by Councillor Hutton. Any questions in relation to the procedural motion? Councillor Friend.
No, not at this time.
All right. Okay.
I might be a bit rusty, a bit more than rusty, but I'm just thinking, points of order specify what matters you can raise on points of order. Anything outside of that is not a point of order. I just don't remember whether that's the same with procedural motions. Procedural motions like move that the motion be put, or move that we move on to the next item of business, or move that the speaker no longer be heard, those types of things. If there's such a list of things that actually constitute procedural motions.
Yeah, my recollection was that Councillor Hutton moved at a point of order to clarify this situation,
Yes.
and now he's moved a procedural motion.
I don't know if that's possible.
Well,
It is.
point of order was dealt with by the mayor.
Well, your point of order has got to be identified as a point of order.
He did.
Under
clearly stated
and
it.
then,
Twice, just to make sure.
under the rules of debate, under the rules of meeting procedure rules.
No, it was clearly articulated by Councillor Hutton that it was a point of order.
Like I said, I might be rusty.
It was dealt with, and now Councillor Hutton has put a procedural motion to the table. All right.
I hope we record
Can we go back?
what
Can we go back to
the
Councillor
point of-
Hutton's procedural
the
motion?
point of order was.
Right. Thank you. Righto. So, councillors, we've got a mover and Councillor Hutton here for procedural motion. Those in favour? Those against? Casting vote. I'm going to vote against it.
Never mind, Nigel, I'm in the same boat.
All right. So, Mr CEO, I believe we're at... is there any urgent business, councillors? Councillor Hutton?
Yes, Mr Mayor, I wonder if we'll accept a piece of urgent business to amend item 2.8.4 of the LSE meeting procedures policy with the sole change to be the requirement for all notices to be received 5 business days before the meeting at which a proposal is made into the future.
Okay. So this procedural motion for you again, councillor?
No, the request.
So, therefore, I may ask a question. Is that correct?
You may ask a question, councillor.
Lovely. So my question to the CEO, through the Mr. Chairman, would be: is 5 business days enough time for the staff to compile the agenda?
Mr Mayor, as I pointed out before, it varies. It's always a product of how much notice councillors want when they'd like to receive their agendas. So if it's 5 business days beforehand, which is the Wednesday prior, Tuesday prior, Tuesday prior, then the earliest that we could get it to councillors is probably Thursday or Friday. And again, you know, there's a lot that goes into the compilation of these things. With so yes, if we're taking 2 days off, it's reasonable to say that there'll be 2 less days' notice. Yes.
Councillors, I'd been giving some thought to this as well, and Councillor Hutton was kind of beating to the punch. But I was going to ask or suggest 7 calendar days as opposed to 5 working days.
Just a point of order, Mr. Chairman.
Beg your pardon?
Point of order.
Councillor,
Sorry.
the floor is yours.
Thank you. Point of order. I appreciate what the good member's saying, but it is not urgent business. It doesn't constitute urgent business.
Urgent business is at the discretion of the mayor, and obviously at the leave of the table. And I only proposed it. I haven't.
Well, I was going to discuss it myself, probably under urgent business, but
Mr. Mayor.
You're going to be up for a reprimand if you don't.
Look, I think what I might do, council, is we'll just leave it for today. I'll send an email to all of the councillors and the CEO seeking input, and I'm going to put a notice of motion up to the next meeting. And I'll make sure that it's in there 7 business days before the agenda is for the meeting. Yeah. Bless you, councillor. All right. So, Mr. C, apart from that, any other urgent business, councillors? All right. We're into confidential. So I'll move to go into confidential, councillors. Seconder, please. Councillor Eastwood, thank you. All in favour? Those against? live stream. Okay, welcome back to members of the community on live stream. We are now out of confidential, and I remind you, councillors, to be a little bit circumspect about what you say in relation to what was discussed while we were in closed session. Item 15.1. If I get the darn thing up.
Move, Mr Mayor.
Okay. Hang on, ladies, I've just got to get the recommendation in front of me. Thank you. The council resolved to submit an application for the 2022-24 local government grants and subsidies program for the Emu Park sewage treatment plant upgrade project for an amount of 60% of the eligible project cost, less any other grant funds if secured through building our region's R6. Moved Councillor Friend, seconded Councillor Mather. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you very much. 15.2, moved Councillor Mather, seconded Councillor Eastwood. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors, very much.
Mr Mayor, just with leave of the table, before we end the meeting, is there any chance that I could raise just an urgent statement as opposed to an urgent piece of business for a motion?
The floor is yours, councillor.
Yep. So over the weekend, councillors, I was tagged in a social media thread and I confirmed what I thought to be known and true information at the time. However, after consulting with the CEO on Monday and his investigation, I now know this information to be incorrect and have now corrected the mistake both through the social media thread and offer the same here at the meeting. I apologise for confirming what I now know to be wrong information. There is no plan for phased reduction of waste vouchers in future budgets of the Livingstone Shire Council, and I confirm that for the community.
I was totally unaware of the Facebook thread until I spoke to Councillor Friend yesterday. Is that the same issue?
No, I didn't see Councillor Hutton on there at all, but I'm not saying he wasn't, I just didn't see him.
No, but you responded as well, I think.
I responded, yes.
Right. Thank you very much. All right. So, in the absence of any further business, we'll close the meeting. Thank you for your attendance, councillors. Thank you to the executive team, and thanks to those members of our community viewing it on live stream. Have a lovely evening.